Of course, there were delicious mutant beasts, but they were rare, difficult to hunt, and their prices were sky-high. This was why she was so insistent on raising her own poultry and livestock in the farm. So that evening, everyone ate until their mouths were greasy and their hearts were content. Bian Changxi, however, only had 2 pieces of meat. This made Xiao Ai worry that she was afraid of being judged for eating too much, and he spent a good while trying to persuade her otherwise. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. Bian Changxi took a stroll along the road and sat down, leaning against a tree. A cool breeze rustled through the woods, carrying the low croaking of frogs. If one could ignore the stench from the river, it was a rare moment of leisure. She took out an earpiece from the farm and fiddled with it in her hand. It was the one goose Xiao had given her. After waking from her coma, she discovered it no longer worked, and neither did the watch-style communicator. Today, hearing Chai Zhang mention Gu Shu, and that he seemed to have done certain things because of her, she felt a stir in her heart. It wasn't any romantic notion, but rather the feeling that someone cared for her before and after her death, and had invested some genuine emotion. It was as if, should she one day truly disappear, she would still have a connection to this world. Having died once before, she understood just how rare and powerful that feeling was. It was like Chen Guanqing sinking into depression for his wife, or Granny Gu being unwilling to leave for her family. Nothing in this world was heavier than the lingering attachments that transcended life and death. Footsteps approached from the side. Xiao Ai sat down next to her, staring at the fields below without a word for a long time. Suddenly, he asked, "What are your plans from here on out?" Bian Changxi gave him a surprised look, not because of the question itself, but because he asked it so directly, as if they were old friends. Perhaps this was just Xiao Ai's personality, treating everyone with open-hearted sincerity. She decided to be honest. "My supplies are running low. I want to restock in town, then gather some crystal cores. After that, I'll head north to Sioux City." Xiao Ai's brow furrowed tightly. "What's Sioux City like?" "To put it bluntly, it's just a large-scale settlement with more people. It's essentially the same as what you have here, only with a clear leader, well-defined industries, sturdy defensive walls, and an organized defense force, among other things. You can think of it as a small city-state." Xiao Ai scratched his head and leaned heavily against the tree trunk. "It must be safer than here, but is the road there safe?" Bian Changxi smiled faintly. "Forget the road, it's not 100% safe even inside the base. You think it's some kind of paradise. The question now isn't about safety, but whether you're willing to go right." Xiao Ai deflated, burying his head in his hands and sitting motionless. After a while he asked, "Do you know the way?" That was a good question. Bian Changxi thought for a moment. "I know the general direction." Many people knew how to get to Sioux City. But finding a specific base in such a large area, without knowing its exact location, would be a real problem. "So, what do we need to prepare if we go?" "I know about food and water, but you mentioned gathering crystal cores." "Yes," Bian Changxi said. "You'll need to live once you get to Sioux City, right? You'll need money. The old currency is useless, and things like gold, silver, and jade are just nice to look at but not necessarily useful. I've heard that the popular currency in Sioux City is crystal cores, so I plan to get as many as I can to avoid being in a tight spot when I arrive." Since Xiao Ai knew she had been with a large convoy before, he wouldn't question how she heard these things. How could he know that this was information people only gradually learned after arriving in Sioux City? In truth, crystal cores were incredibly important. In her past life, she had fled there like so many others, arriving with nothing but the clothes on her back. She was stopped at the city gates, and the process of queuing for entry, registration, physical examination, and receiving an ID card took a full 3 or 4 days. During that time, she had no status and no place to stay. For the first 2 nights, she slept outside the outer walls. The next 2, she dozed off against the inner walls, enduring all sorts of humiliation, frustration, and suffering. It wasn't that the Sioux City base was inefficient. It was just that many people arrived with assets, either supplies or crystal cores. As long as you offered a little something, the staff would prioritize your case. The more you offered, the faster it went. Those who had nothing to give were naturally pushed to the back, constantly having their spots taken by others. If a large group arrived to register, the wait would be endless. In that situation, her pleas were utterly ignored. It was the first time she truly understood the saying. Money isn't everything, but you can't do anything without it. Chu Hao asked doubtfully, are those crystal cores really that important? I heard the Sioux City base was founded by the military and the government. They wouldn't kick us out just because we don't have any, would they? Bian Changxi looked at him as if he were an idiot. Of course they won't kick you out. But think about it like this. Before, people on welfare had social security, but did any of them live comfortably? The rich, on the other hand, slept on soft beds with high pillows, didn't they? Chu Hao finally understood. He counted on his fingers, his face contorting as if he were constipated. Then we really need to start preparing early. Otherwise, the few of us will have trouble with even food and shelter when we get there. It dawned on Bian Changxi. No wonder he was speaking so familiarly. He had already started treating her as one of his own, worrying about the group's future before anything was even settled. If his name wasn't Chu Hao, she would seriously doubt how long he could survive with such a saintly, mother-hen personality. It was one thing to worry about his close friends, but people like George and Ye Xiaojin were perfectly capable. She could tell they weren't that close. To put it bluntly, who were they to him? These thoughts churned in her mind, but she kept them to herself. She repeatedly told herself to be a good person. A good person helps when they can, and when they can't, they don't go looking for trouble. What did those people have to do with her? If Chu Hao wanted to take care of them, let him. Why should she play the villain? Chu Hao was still lost in his grand plans for their livelihood. I have to convince Granny and Old Six, he muttered. When are you planning to leave? Bian Changxi wanted to say that while she didn't know about Granny Gu, even if he managed to persuade Chen Guanqing now, he still met a bad end later, which meant this approach wouldn't work. She said, preferably tomorrow or the day after. The latest we can leave is the 14th. So soon? Bian Changxi nodded. A strong gust of wind blew, bringing with it the chill of the night. It was destined to be a windy night. She remembered from her past life that the wind had started picking up a few days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. On the day of the festival, there was a torrential downpour, followed by an eerily bright moon that night. The next day, the zombies had universally grown stronger, and the mutant plants had grown wildly. At that time, she had just entered the Sioux City base a couple of days prior, and had been thankful more than once for her swift journey. This time, it was different. It would take more than 4 days to get to Sioux City from here. She might as well spend some time gathering more supplies and crystal cores to avoid being stranded with nothing on the road. As for waiting until after the heavy rain, she felt it was a bad idea. The wedding dress zombie and the mutant beast from today had left a deep impression on her. This town was almost entirely overrun by zombies, which was a huge disadvantage. It was best to leave before the situation worsened. The wind howled all night. When they woke up in the morning, the roof of one house had been torn off. Thankfully, it wasn't the one they were sleeping in. The filth from the river had been blown onto the banks, and the stench was unbearable. As Bian Changxi stepped out of the house she was temporarily staying in, she saw Chu Hao and Chen Guanqing arguing. "Stop it!" Chen Guanqing shouted, his voice loud and shrill. "If you want to go, you go. I'm not leaving. I'm staying here with Xiao Ai until she dies, or I die." The commotion drew out George and Ye Xiaojin. Ye Xiaojin was supporting a man with a face full of sores, who was leaning on a wooden crutch. This must be Wang Dezhou. Everyone looked at each other, until Chu Hao, also enraged, yelled back, "What Xiao Ai? Xiao Ai is already dead. That thing now is just a walking corpse. When will you wake up?" Fine. You say you'll only leave after she's dead, right? Then I'll go chop her up right now. You dare. The two men started shoving and wrestling in front of the house. A frightened George rushed to intervene, but couldn't decide who to pull away and ended up taking several hard punches. Granny Goo stood by the house without a word. She wasn't watching the brawl, but was staring at the few wrinkled cabbages in the vegetable patch. Her own wrinkled face was expressionless, as indifferent as if she were already dead. And Ron hid in a corner, clearly terrified. Bian Changxi frowned and was about to go pull the girl up, but Granny Goo turned her head and gave her a cold look, completely devoid of yesterday's kindness and warmth. Bian Changxi rubbed her nose. All right, it was all her fault. Her arrival had stirred things up, creating a huge conflict between those who wanted to leave and those who wanted to stay. She lost any desire to mediate the fight. With a faint smile, she shouldered her backpack and weapons and walked away. As she walked, she didn't feel particularly upset. In truth, she had her own selfish reasons for coming here with Chu Hao. It was the same old lesson. Learning from past mistakes. After the incident 2 months ago, she realized that since her rebirth, she had been passive in her dealings with people. Whether it was meeting someone, getting to know them, befriending them, or making enemies, with the exception of Gu Shu's group, it was almost always others who initiated contact. In the beginning, she had even thought it would be best to be a lone wolf this life, coming and going as she pleased. The facts proved she had overestimated herself. She had placed too much importance on the foresight her rebirth gave her. Knowing who would cause her trouble and who would harm her in the future, she focused only on those few individuals. She was always thinking that once she reached Sioux City and met them, whether she would seek revenge or let it go with a smile was a matter for later. Even when Boss Zhang appeared, she didn't pay him much mind after discovering he didn't know about the farm's existence. Or perhaps, deep down, she always thought that even if someone wanted to deal with her, if she couldn't afford to provoke them, she could at least hide. After all, she had the farm, who was she afraid of? The result was a disastrous failure. If she hadn't possessed a certain level of strength that night, if Shadow and Milk hadn't fought desperately to save her, she would have lost her life several times over. If it weren't for the farm's miraculous functions, her ability would be crippled now. She finally realized she had been too naive. In this world, lone wolves did not fare well, especially when one or more enemies were lurking in the shadows, watching her every move. She had always thought her enemy was Ju Yunhwa, and that if there was another person who had been reborn, it would be him or one of the few people around him who knew the secret of the jade bracelet. Who would have thought that a man named Sun Buchun would emerge out of nowhere? That Sun fellow hadn't even met her face to face yet. He had merely sent out a pawn who knew nothing of the inner workings, and it had already been such a grand, devastating move. If she were to encounter the man himself, would she even survive? So she decided she needed to prepare. Strengthening herself was the top priority, but building a network was also necessary. Gu Shu was a sure bet. She decided she would no longer avoid him. If she had to ride his coattails, so be it. She would help him whenever she could, build up a thick debt of gratitude, and perhaps he could become her life-saving trump card in the future. Additionally, she had a list of a few other powerful individuals in her mind, but she was currently stuck in this backwater place, too far away to reach them. And at this moment, fate had sent her Chu Hao. This was the #1 tycoon of Sioux City, a man with a space ability who held who knows how many supplies and was incredibly generous. Later on, he had somehow managed to build connections with some formidable figures. If she didn't seize this opportunity, wouldn't she be struck by lightning? Don't call her dark and sinister. She wasn't trying to harm anyone. She had simply encountered a rising star who was currently in a more desperate and difficult situation than she was and needed help. Why not extend a hand and build a connection? But before she could even start building that connection, she was already covered in dust. She found that this kind of thing was just like being a good person who saves lives. If you do it well, everyone is happy. If you do it poorly, hee, it's as embarrassing as the stench rising from the river. Indeed, where there is desire, there is vexation. If she were still the carefree loner she used to be, treating everyone the same, it would have been a simple hello, Chu Hao, and goodbye, Chu Hao. Then there would be no trouble at all, right? Or perhaps her approach was wrong. Just as she was muttering to herself, a voice came from behind. Chu Hao ran up, panting Miss Bian. You walk so fast. Bian Changxi's sour expression immediately straightened into one of utmost seriousness. She asked with feigned surprise, why did you follow me? Is Chen Guanqing all right? Have you comforted in Ron? Chu Hao caught his breath and said helplessly, Old Six is just like that. If he can't figure it out himself, nothing anyone says will help. Pushing him too hard will only lead to trouble. Xiao Jin is looking after Enron. Miss Bian, please don't mind what happened. It's not your fault. I've suggested leaving this place a few times before, and the reaction was pretty much the same. I'm at my wit's end. Seeing him like this, Bian Changxi felt a bit of sympathy for him. A heartless person would have packed up and left long ago. But he couldn't bear to leave anyone behind. It was also a matter of circumstance. If Chu Hao left, Chen Guanqing would completely let himself go, and how long could Granny Gu last without anyone to care for her? She thought to herself that she would probably be in a difficult position too, if it were her. Mo. It seems I'm actually a compassionate person at heart, so helping Chu Hao find a solution that works for everyone isn't entirely insincere. So what do you plan to do? She asked. Chu Hao gave a bitter smile. What can I do? Let's prepare first. Do you want to gather supplies or hunt for crystal cores first? Take me with you. He gripped the long fruit knife in his hand and said with little confidence, I've got some strength. At the very least, I have my space. I can collect things. By the end, his face was red. Letting a girl fight on the front lines while he hid behind to collect the spoils. The thought alone was shameful. Bian Changxi found him rather pitiful. In a team, supportability users like those with space, wood, or water elements were usually the most protected, especially space users. If a space user died, all their supplies would turn to dust. Yet here he was, having to charge into battle himself, racking his brain for a way out. She once again deeply wondered how he had managed to survive and make it to Sioux City. Let's gather supplies first. Zombies are everywhere, so it's not like they're going anywhere. Okay. If we're gathering supplies, I know a few places. They're a bit dangerous, but better than the area around the Music Fountain Square. Should we get food first, or other necessities? Who said Chu Hao was a total sucker? He knew of places that were easier to loot than the Music Fountain Square, but Chai Zhang didn't. Wasn't this proof that he had deliberately kept it from them? It seemed he wasn't completely blinded by his kindness and without principles. Led by Chu Hao, the two first went to a wholesale rice store. Chu Hao said that the cafeteria of the construction company he worked for used to get its supplies here, and he had personally hauled 2 truckloads of rice from this place. The store was in a remote location, without even a proper storefront, surrounded by a row of low-rise residential buildings. Few people knew about it. Of course, the narrow roads and high number of zombies among the short buildings made it difficult to enter. Bian Changxi observed the area, then repeated her old trick. She killed several mutant beasts, went to a rooftop, and threw the bloody carcasses down, luring most of the zombies away. She then jumped down to hold off the remaining few, while Chu Hao ran towards the wholesale store under her cover. The process was smooth, but the result was disheartening. The warehouse had already been nearly emptied by people who had left earlier. A few fat rats scurried about. Only 2 large bags of clean, edible rice remained, weighing around 50 kilograms. Bian Changxi comforted Chu Hao, 50 kilograms isn't bad. It'll last a long time. Some people might not even be able to carry it away if they found it. Chu Hao thought about it and agreed, his spirits lifting. The next stop was a meat processing plant. The situation was similar, and in the end, they managed to scavenge 30 or 40 cans of food that hadn't expired and were still properly sealed. Then came the mineral water company. Chu Hao initially didn't want to go, since they already had Ye Xiaojin, who could provide a continuous supply of water. But Bian Changxi told him it was foolish to rely completely on others, especially after having experienced someone trying to poach a team member. Who knew if Ye Xiaojin was reliable? This kind of conspiracy theory was a bit hard for Chu Hao to accept, but he still followed Bian Changxi's advice. As they continued, Chu Hao's pockets grew fuller, and Bian Changxi didn't waste any time either, accumulating more and more crystal cores along the way. See how nice she was? She only killed zombies and didn't take any supplies, leaving all the good stuff for Chu Hao. She was truly putting others before herself. As they scavenged, they finally reached the edge of the music fountain square. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, and both of them were exhausted. Bian Changxi squinted at the stiff, swaying figures in the distance and asked, "Are there any shops around here worth visiting?" Chu Hao was like a walking Beidou map. He knew every street and alley like the back of his hand. Bian Changxi was thoroughly impressed, to the point where she barely bothered to remember the way herself. "Yes, plenty," Chu Hao said, taking a sip of water, his voice dry. "But it's dangerous. Let's not go. We've gathered enough for today. Just tell me about them." Chu Hao gave a wry smile. "All right. That street to the east is full of shops selling clothes, pants, quilts, and leather bags, all sorts of things. There's a snack street next to it, but everything there must be rotten by now. To the west, there are mostly electronics, as well as bicycles, electric scooters, and video stores. In the middle are some department stores, and the big supermarkets are all located there, but the convoy must have cleaned them out when they passed through." Bian Changxi nodded. "What about the smaller supermarkets?" "Small supermarkets. They're scattered all over the place." Bian Changxi suddenly pointed to a spot. "Who are those people?" Chu Hao squinted. A group of more than 10 people appeared in the distance. The leader's balding head was particularly conspicuous. "It's old Baldy. The one Chaizhong mentioned. Didn't he say they took everything they could? Why are they still risking it here?" "I don't know. Maybe their 2 space users haven't filled up their storage yet. But they have a bad habit," Chu Hao said hesitantly. "Wherever they go, they take what they can and destroy what they can't, leaving nothing for others." Just as he said, Bian Changxi's eyes widened. How wicked. In her eyes, all those things were potential assets for her. How could she let them be destroyed? Chu Hao quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. I heard old Baldy really wants to get his hands on some solar power equipment. They're probably heading to the new solar appliance store on the west side. We don't need that stuff anyway." Solar appliances. Heaven knew that was the one thing she wanted most. It was so inconvenient not having electricity in the farm. She could only use charcoal for cooking, which meant no sugar-fried chestnuts. She had gotten a washing machine long ago, but it was just a decoration. Not to mention, when milk grew up, the equipment to process his milk would also require electricity. As the farm expanded, thrashing rice and making agricultural byproducts, what didn't need power? How long would it be before machines powered by crystal cores were invented? How could they compare to the convenience of solar power? No way. She grabbed Chu Hao and started walking. "Lead the way. We have to get there before them." Chu Hao cried out in his heart. Where did this burst of energy come from? "My dear lady, even if we get there first, I don't have the strength to collect anything. I'm dizzy." He had stored too many things, and his ability was overdrawn. He already felt dizzy and nauseous. As they spoke, they weaved through the streets. Bian Changxi took out any zombies blocking their path with a silenced pistol and quickly found the store. XX Solar Equipment Co. Limited. The XX was because the sign had fallen and was illegible. The main door had been smashed long ago, and much of the equipment inside had been looted or destroyed. However, the huge store still had display models of solar panels, solar water heaters, solar refrigerators and air conditioners, solar camping lanterns, solar chargers, solar-powered crafts, and more. Bian Changxi's eyes sparkled. Seeing old Baldy's group about to turn the corner, she waved her left hand. A dozen vines shot out, latching onto the various large and small appliances. Some were on cabinets, so she hooked the entire cabinet. With a swoosh, all the appliances and vines vanished. In an instant, the store was empty and clean, except for the debris on the floor. It was like a magic trick. Chu Hao's eyes widened, his finger pointing at her, speechless for a long moment. Bian Changxi felt a surge of satisfaction. This was what it felt like to use the farm openly. It was fantastic. Seeing Chu Hao's dumbfounded expression, she couldn't help but find it amusing. She quickly pulled him into a nearby alley. The next moment, old Baldy appeared with his dozen or so men. You too, start collecting. Take as much as you can. Even if we can't use it, we can sell it for a good price in Sioux City. That was old Baldy's voice. Bian Changxi secretly nodded. The Sioux City base was indeed in short supply of this kind of equipment. Electricity was very tight there. That summer, countless people couldn't even afford to use an electric fan. In the winter, air conditioners and space heaters were luxury items. As a result, countless fire ability users made a fortune, earning heaps of money over a single winter. So, solar equipment would definitely sell well. Old Baldy was thinking ahead. The space users under him must be quite capable as well. Before she could finish her thought, she heard him shout, "How is it all gone? Could someone have come here before us?" Impossible. It was here yesterday. Chai Zhang's people don't have any space users. Could it be that Chu Hao? Maybe it was that Baldy Chiang. No one's ever seen him use an ability. Maybe he's a space user too. It could have been Chai Zhang. Weren't they here yesterday? Who knows if they really have a space user or not? Damn it, is this the time to be talking about this? Go check upstairs. Someone stomped up the stairs and then shouted, "Boss, there's stuff up here." Unopened boxes. Bian Changxi wrung her hands in frustration. She hadn't expected there to be more upstairs. But on second thought, she felt relieved. The display models downstairs, aside from being a bit dusty, were surely the best ones, and the variety was complete. She was using them for herself anyway, not hoping to get rich off them. Enough was enough. No need to be greedy. Besides, for everything she had just taken, there were at least 2 or 3 different models. She could even give away a set or 2 as gifts. She was happily preparing to retreat when she turned around and was shocked by what she saw behind Chu Hao. Chu Hao, startled by her reaction, followed her gaze and nearly cried out. A short, one-eyed zombie was standing behind him, seemingly looking at the two of them with curiosity. Suddenly, its face twisted into a ferocious snarl, and it bared its fangs. Bian Changxi instinctively moved to shield Chu Hao, but he grabbed her first. The next moment, their vision blurred. When they could see clearly again, they found themselves in a different place. Bian Changxi was stunned. Teleportation. Chu Hao bent over, struggling to breathe. Bian Changxi turned her head and saw that they had only teleported about 20 meters. The short zombie was looking for them everywhere. She stuffed a white crystal core into Chu Hao's hand and dragged him away. However, she found that the escape was not as smooth as their arrival. Zombies were everywhere. A turn around a corner could lead to a face-to-face encounter. A glance over her shoulder might be met with a claw. Fortunately, she had a gun. One shot, one silent kill. To prevent the fallen zombies from blocking their path, she collected them one by one into the farm. Although it might cause a little contamination, digging out the crystal cores later would be another source of income. She even managed to duck into a convenience store as she had hoped, clearing out about 70% of the remaining goods. By the time the two of them finally escaped, their legs were weak, and they were drenched in sweat. Chu Hao was deathly pale. He stared at Bian Changxi in fear. You. She was a lunatic. Even in such a critical situation, she didn't forget to stuff things into her space. He had never seen such a daring person. Bian Changxi felt quite pleased. She leaned against a wall and watched old Baldy and his men still struggling in the thick of it. What about me? Chu Hao swallowed hard. You have a space ability too. She curved her eyebrows and smiled at the setting sun. Revealing her space was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. She had been thinking about this ever since she recovered from her injuries, whether or not to reveal she had a space after arriving in Sioux City. After all, she had disappeared, but her luggage was still with the convoy. With Gu Shu's personality, he would definitely have collected her things for her. In that case, he would discover that the guns he and Shadow had given her were not there. Shadow also knew that she hadn't brought those guns in the end, but had instead pulled out a submachine gun that shouldn't have existed. Plus, she had stored the little creature, Milk, right in front of Shadow. So in Gu Shu's eyes, the fact that she had a space was undeniable. Since she had decided to build a good relationship with him and rely on him as a backer in the future, it was better not to hide such things. Second, Boss Zhang had been ruthless towards her, without even knowing she had a space. There was no point in keeping it a secret anymore. After all, once she reached the base, if she was constantly being watched by people with ulterior motives, she would be exposed sooner or later unless she never used or entered the farm. It was better to openly admit that she was a dual-element user of wood and space. That would give her the initiative. You say it's impossible for dual-element users to exist unless they are paired with the psychic element. Who had proven that conclusion? If she insisted she was a dual-element user, who could say she was lying? The person who might have been reborn. She actually hoped they would jump out themselves. Third, if she was really going to travel with Chu Hao and the others, admitting she had a space would be much more convenient. She also wanted to test whether Chu Hao would be jealous of a space that was far stronger and larger than his. As it turned out, Chu Hao looked at her for a long time, then sighed. I say, my dear lady, why didn't you say you had a space earlier? Look at how fast you collect things. With a wave of your hand, it's done. Did you need me to work myself to death? He was still feeling dizzy. Bian Changxi once again confirmed that this guy's brain was wired differently. He was a tall, well-built man in his mid-20s, a prime age for ambition and striving. Shouldn't a normal person's reaction be something like, ah, she has a space. What is she planning, hiding it for so long? Or, oh my God, her space seems so useful. Why don't I have a space like that? Or even she's hiding her abilities well. Can I use her for something? Could it be that Chu Hao's reaction was how a normal, good citizen was supposed to react? She couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried? All the supplies are with me. What if I just turn around and run off with everything? Chu Hao blurted out, would you? Then he added dejectedly, I don't think you'd even care about those little things. Bian Changxi was taken aback, a guilty smile tugging at her lips. Of course not. Every grain of rice and drop of porridge is hard-won. I cherish them too. She looked at the sky. Let's go. We should head back. I don't think old Baldy is having an easy time. We can come back tomorrow. Come back again. Chu Hao opened his mouth, but then he thought of Bian Changxi's abilities and her space. He started to feel that it would be a shame not to take so many good things. Even if he couldn't use them himself, just as old Baldy had said, he could sell them after reaching the base. Speaking of the base, he grew melancholic again. What on earth was he going to do with those two back home? When they returned, however, both of them were gone. Yes, Xiaojin said apologetically, Brother Chen hasn't been back since he went out this morning. Granny Gu said she wanted to go home for a look, so George went with her. This time, even the big-hearted Xiao Ai was furious. What was all this? Didn't they know how dangerous it was outside? Chen Guanqing was the strongest ability user here, yet he disregarded the old, weak, and young who needed protection. He was only concerned with his own pain. What if zombies or beasts attacked while he was gone for so long? Did he think the lives of everyone here had nothing to do with him? And Granny Goo, too. What was an old lady doing running around? He had already stored all her memorable belongings in his space. If she wanted to reminisce, she could do so as much as she wanted when he got back. Couldn't any of them be more considerate of him? Xiao Ai felt an unprecedented exhaustion. He squatted on the ground, holding his head in his hands, silent. Bian Changxi also frowned slightly. She looked at the terrified little Enron, at Xiaojin, whose face was pale with anxiety and who visibly relaxed when she saw them return, and at Wang Dezhou, who was in poor health but sat by the door with a suitcase beside him and a chainsaw in his hand. They were ready to deal with any potential danger and to flee at a moment's notice. This small team was constantly on the verge of collapse. Bian Changxi said, "Should I go out and look for them with you?" Xiao Ai took a breath and stood up. "No, you stay here and look after them. I'll go by myself. I know where they would be." Bian Changxi thought about it. That made sense. It was getting dark. Just because they weren't attacked last night didn't mean they wouldn't be tonight. Then be careful. Xiao Ai nodded and strode away. Bian Changxi looked at the remaining three, feeling frustrated. Fine, fine. Where there is desire, there is trouble. To gain something, one must first give something. But then again, even if it wasn't to score points with Xiao Ai, she probably wouldn't have just turned and left. She seemed to understand Xiao Ai a little now. Although they weren't her dearest family or friends, once she had started to care, it was like inertia. It became difficult to let go midway. Trying to adjust her mindset, she said, "Have you eaten? I'll go make something hot." There was still some rice and beans in the house. She washed all the rice and put it in a pressure cooker, steaming a bowl of soybean soup on top of the rice. She also found a small bag of dried shiitake mushrooms and wood ear fungus. They were a bit moldy. She had no masochistic tendencies, so she swapped them with the mushrooms and fungus she had collected from the convenience store, soaking a small amount in water to make a soup later. Half of yesterday's uneaten chicken was still soaking in a basin. She felt a bit troubled. The chicken would definitely spoil if left any longer, but preparing it, chopping, washing, cooking was a lot of trouble, and she wouldn't eat it anyway. Before she could decide, she suddenly heard Little and Ron's crying shout from outside, "Sister Yi, don't go. Don't you guys go." She went out to see Xiaojin, supporting Wang Dezhou and dragging a suitcase, about to leave with another person. When Xiaojin saw Bian Changxi, she gave an awkward smile. "Miss Bian, this place is really falling apart. If we don't split up today, we will tomorrow. Aren't we all just struggling to survive?" I have no choice." Bian Changxi understood immediately. So she had been poached. And that fool Xiao Ai had been so sure that everyone was united. She wiped her hands, feeling neither angry nor pleased. "You should at least wait for Xiao Ai to come back," she said flatly. "After all, he's taken care of you for so long. Isn't it a bit wrong to leave without a word?" A look of guilt flickered across Xiaojin's face, but Wang Dezhou said impatiently, "He took care of us. Does he own this house? Does he own this land? Or did you all wait on me hand and foot? If it weren't for Xiaojin, you people would have died of thirst long ago. I haven't even settled the score with you, and now you want to keep Xiaojin here as your workhorse." Xiaojin's eyes reddened. She looked at Wang Dezhou with gratitude, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Wang Dezhou patted her hand tenderly. "Don't worry, Xiaojin. I won't let anyone bully you again." Bian Changxi's face turned cold, and she sneered inwardly. What a disgusting, shameless pair. Inhale, exhale. Don't get angry, don't get angry. She had promised herself not to provoke people casually. Besides, she could just treat these two like a fart in the wind. Why get angry? Still, it was a shame Chu Hao wasn't here. He really should see these people for who they were. Maybe then he wouldn't be so full of naive ideas about the goodness of people. She maintained her poker face. At least tell me where you're going. Otherwise, I won't know what to tell Chu Hao when he gets back. The man leading them away had been watching for a while, feeling quite pleased with himself. The fact that the other party was trying so hard to keep Ye Xiaojin only proved her value, which in turn made him, the one who poached her, look better. Hearing her words, he finally smiled. My, you make it sound so nice. Seeing that they have a way out, you're getting ideas too, aren't you? Let me tell you, our brother Wang is the most capable man in town. He has many brothers under him. You'll only get to eat if you follow brother Wang. If you want to come along, you'd better hurry. I can vouch for you. We're leaving for Sioux City tomorrow. If you're late, you won't even have a place to cry. Wang Dezhou's eyes flickered. Although he didn't know this Bian woman's background, she didn't look weak. If she came along and stirred up trouble, life for him and Xiaojin wouldn't be so easy. He squeezed Ye Xiaojin's hand. Ye Xiaojin was a bit confused, but she remembered what her boyfriend had told her before. Chu Hao and the others would definitely not let her go easily. After all, a water ability user was so precious. But weren't they forced into this? If these people were a bit more united, a bit stronger, they wouldn't want to leave either. If they didn't make a decision now, the other group would leave tomorrow, and they would be stuck here to die. The thought of that possibility made her shiver. She looked at Bian Changxi with a sad and pleading expression. Miss Bian, please don't make things difficult for me. We really have to go. I know this isn't right, but... She looked around, went back to her old room, and brought out an empty bucket. Placing her hand on the rim, she began to create water. I'll fill one more bucket of water for you. Just let me go. Bian Changxi felt a surge of anger shoot up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She clenched her fists so tightly, it took all her strength not to kick them. But before she could erupt, someone else did. Get out. Who wants your water? Get the hell out of here. Everyone turned to see a tall shadow standing by the road. His clothes hung on him like a sack, but his presence was surprisingly intimidating. He strode over, grabbed Ye Xiaojin by the collar, and threw her out. She crashed into Wang Dezhou. He turned back, about to knock over the water, but then remembered how difficult it was to get water now and forced himself to stop. A dark red fireball with a blue-black core slammed at their feet, sending dirt and grass flying. Still not leaving. Bian Changxi stared at Chen Guanqing in a daze. She never would have thought that this usually quiet man had such a temper. He must have been pushed to his breaking point. She felt vindicated, but it wasn't enough. She glanced at the pitifully small amount of water in the bucket, and a rush of excitement came over her. She turned, went back into the house, and brought out the half bucket of water from inside. She mixed the two together, grabbed the bucket, and splashed all the water out, drenching Ye Xiaojin and Wang Dezhou. Looking at their stunned faces, she sneered, just because you have a little bit of use, you really think you're someone special. You think the world can't survive without you, Ye Xiaojin, a single water ability user. I'd like to see what kind of bright future you'll find after abandoning the darkness for the light today. A Tier 1 water user who produced water so slowly and couldn't even figure out a single attack skill. It would be a miracle if she ever amounted to anything. She laughed 3 times in her heart, feeling incredibly refreshed. It really was better not to suppress herself when dealing with people like this. Chen Guanqing turned and stared at her for a few moments, but said nothing. He then glared at the pair, frightening them into silence. They trembled as they climbed up from the ground. Wang Dezhou spat out viciously, You just wait. Bian Changxi pursed her lips. Heaven really was fair. Why were other people fine, while people like this had faces full of sores? Just like Jiang Yu when It was definitely a punishment for their low intelligence and their insistence on scheming all the time. After they were gone and the area quieted down, Bian Changxi stood to the side without speaking. And Ron also hid, not daring to make a sound. Chen Guanqing stood woodenly for a moment, then reverted to his lifeless state. But surprisingly, he bent down, picked up the 2 buckets, and silently put them back in the house. Bian Changxi looked at him. "You didn't run into Chu Hao." Chen Guanqing stiffened. He came back out, sat on a stool, and became still, his gaze lost somewhere in the distance. Bian Changxi shrugged and paid him no more mind. She went back to continue making dinner. Of course, she filled the empty buckets with water from her stream. Water was the one thing she had in abundance, and her own water was much more pleasant to drink. Although she raised fish and shrimp in the stream and sometimes washed things in it, as long as it left the stream itself, and as long as she willed it not to carry any impurities, it was absolutely clean. Not to mention, there were no algae or parasites. It was perfectly clear and sweet. Before the sky completely darkened, Chu Hao finally returned, followed by George and Granny Goo. None of them were injured, but they were all exhausted, both physically and mentally. When he heard that Ye Xiaojin had left, Chu Hao was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and walked into an empty house, not even bothering to eat. Another night passed without a word. The next day, before dawn, everyone was woken by Enron's screams. They rushed over to find Granny Goo, her face peaceful, her body cold. She had been gone for some time. Chu Hao staggered and suddenly collapsed to the ground. "I should have known. When I came back yesterday, I was still trying to persuade her to leave." She just smiled. Smiled and said her wish had been fulfilled, that she had no more attachments. So this is what she meant. Bian Changxi sighed. Granny Goo's heart had already died, and her body had given out. This world no longer held a single thing worth clinging to for her. Once her mind was at ease, it was like a lamp running out of oil. Her passing was natural and peaceful. In a way, it was a release. She looked at Chen Guanqing, whose face was numb but whose eyes swirled with deep sorrow. She thought that he was probably the same. Everyone helped cremate Granny Goo. Chu Hao took out her old furniture, clothes, and photos of her family from his space and burned them all together. In the end, only a single photo of Granny Goo remained. He murmured to himself, "I dropped out of high school. I had nothing, knew nothing. I looked for work everywhere, hit walls everywhere. I've seen every kind of ugly expression. Do you know how much hatred I had in my heart back then? I wanted to strap a bomb to myself and blow it up in the most crowded place. It was old Six who, against his family's pressure, sent me money every month. That's why I didn't end up begging or killing myself. I came here, wanting to give it one last shot. Back then, this small town was just starting to be redeveloped. There were jobs everywhere, but they were dirty and tiring. I took my first paycheck and fell asleep on the side of the road. But the foreman brought people in the middle of the night, beat me up, and stole my money. I cried and begged the people nearby to help me, to report it to the police, but they just sneered at me. It was Granny Goo who secretly told me to stop shouting, or I'd lose my life. She took me home, gave me food and clothes. She rented a room to me, even when I couldn't pay. Her husband beat her, her son complained, but she wouldn't kick me out. I swore that I would treat her well in the future, that I would provide for her in her old age. He looked up blankly, as if his soul had left him. But why did it turn out like this? Tell me, why did it turn out like this? He suddenly grabbed Chen Guanqing, his eyes red. Old Six, are you going to be like Granny? Are you going to end it all with death too? Chen Guanqing said numbly, I don't know. I just don't want to leave here. I can't leave her here all alone. This place was so dirty, so chaotic, so terrifying. That hotel was so dark, without any sunlight. His Xiao Ai who loved cleanliness so much, who loved to laugh, who was so timid. Would she be scared here all alone? Would she be lonely? Would she be sad when she thought of him? They had promised to never be apart. Seeing his friend in this state, Chu Hao's heart ached for him. It was supposed to be a happy wedding banquet, but then the apocalypse came, and with it, a devastating disaster. That hotel became a giant tomb. He never wanted to recall what happened that night. All he knew was that from the moment only the two of them walked out, leaving the bride forever inside, his world had collapsed. He scratched his head in anguish. Why wasn't it him? It would have been better if it was him, the one who was all alone. George stood to the side, watching blankly. Suddenly, he clutched his head and started to cry, muttering a string of words in a language she didn't understand. Bian Changxi listened for a moment and vaguely heard him calling for his parents, saying he wanted to go home. She looked at the three broken men, then at the vast, empty sky, so clear there wasn't a single cloud. The sunlight stung her eyes. She suddenly missed. Missed by Hung so much. A hand suddenly tugged at hers. She looked down and saw little Enron's face. The face with the cleft lip, crooked teeth, and a dark bruise on one side was so unsightly. But the fear and worry filling her eyes told everyone that beneath this less-than-ideal shell, she was just a 6 or 7-year-old girl. In essence, she was no different from any other child, perhaps even more fragile and sensitive, in greater need of care. For the first time ever, Bian Changxi reached out and stroked her messy, dry hair. Don't worry. It'll get better. The cremation of Granny Goo's body would take a considerable amount of time. The group stood before the pyre, each lost in their own thoughts. It was only when their stomachs began to ache with hunger that they realized another day was about to pass. Chu Hao rubbed his sore eyes and was about to get some food when he saw Enron squatting by the doorway. He immediately remembered that Enron probably hadn't eaten all day either. How could such a young child endure it? Guilt washed over him. Enron, you must be starving. Brother Chu will get you something to eat. He quickly took out some drinks and a large bag of soft bread from his space. He had collected a lot of things yesterday, so they wouldn't have to be too frugal with food for a while. Enron shook her head and said softly, Sister Bian already gave me some. She pointed, and on the table inside were several cartons of milk, as well as cookies, chocolate, marinated eggs, and a small handful of gummy candies. Enron said happily, yet with some apprehension, Sister Bian gave me so much, I can't even finish it all. But she's been gone for a long time. Uncle Chu, is she not coming back either? She didn't quite understand the concept of the strong and the weak, but she knew there was strength in numbers. One by one, the adults had left, and she was truly scared. Chu Hao looked at the food and sighed in his heart. Bian Changxi was a truly generous person, kind-hearted and thoughtful. The rest of them, a bunch of thoughtless brutes, were so caught up in their own sorrow that they hadn't even thought to care for the child. But her last sentence made him panic. She left. Where did she go? When did she leave? The strength Bian Changxi had displayed was remarkable. Not only was she skilled in combat, but her healing ability was like a calming pill. It seemed that with her around, even life-threatening wounds were no longer a problem. Not to mention, she also had a large space. She could fight, heal, and store things. She could do it all by herself. It could be said that she possessed all the essential assets for survival. On top of that, she had a good personality. She was the best partner one could ask for. After the recent departures and death, Chu Hao had taken a huge blow. Seeing that only a few of them were left, he valued this new partner, Bian Changxi, even more. To put it seriously, without her, he probably wouldn't have the courage to make the arduous journey to Sioux City. So, hearing that she had gone out and not returned, and with the sky getting dark, how could he not be anxious? George also walked over. What Bian left too? He suddenly felt even more hopeless. Were they just going to rot in this place until they died? Suddenly, the low rumble of an engine came from the far end of the road. A short while later, a motorcycle sped down the slope and came to a steady stop in the barren field. The person in all black on the bike was none other than the one they thought had left. What's wrong with you all? Did something happen again? Bian Changxi cut the engine. She looked up and saw the few remaining people still looking lifeless. They seemed even more downcast than when she had left. Her heart skipped a beat. Had something terrible happened again? Her first reaction was to look for Chen Guanqing. Seeing him pulling weeds in the field, perfectly fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. She knew it. In her past life, Chen Guanqing had eventually gone to Sioux City with Chu Hao. How could some irreversible tragedy happen here? So what were these grown men doing? Still wallowing in sorrow. Their resilience was too poor. A little sadness was fine, but too much could be fatal. Didn't they see what time it was? If everyone was like this, they might as well give up on living. She grumbled to herself as she swung her leg off the motorcycle and untied a sack from the back seat. Chu Hao and George rushed up to her, overjoyed. "Miss Bian, where did you go? We thought you had left without us." Before they could finish, a snow-white shadow shot out from behind Bian Changxi, attacking them with a low growl like a bolt of lightning. It happened so fast they had no time to react. In a blur, they saw 2 rows of sharp, gleaming fangs and 2 cold, black eyes bursting with killing intent. A warm, fierce breath brushed against their faces, followed by a sharp swipe. Both men fell backward, landing flat on their backs with their limbs in the air. What was that? A mutant beast. Their hearts pounded with shock. They scrambled to their feet before they even hit the ground properly. Chu Hao pulled a watermelon knife from his space, while George thrust his hands toward the sky, unleashing a tornado-like gust of wind. The white shadow leaped high into the air, seemingly about to crash head-on into the gust. But Bian Changxi reached out and snatched it down. Just as the wind was about to hit her face, all the bangs on her forehead were blown straight up. George let out a cry, but couldn't retract his power. At that moment, a crimson vine with a frosty sheen appeared before her. With a few casual twists, the seemingly powerful gust of wind dissipated into nothing. George was stunned. Just like that, she had neutralized his attack. Chu Hao, on the other hand, was staring at the white shadow in Bian Changxi's hand. Bian Changxi was also glaring at the creature. "I told you not to cause trouble. Are you itching for a spanking, or do you want to go back inside?" Awu, the creature, held by the scruff of its neck, let out a weak, coquettish whimper. The sound was as tender as a kitten's, a far cry from the ferocious, soul-stealing growl from before. Chu Hao was shocked. He looked closer. The thing in Bian Changxi's hand was clearly a small white cat. No, it didn't seem to be a cat. It looked a bit like a dog, and also a bit like a fox. He couldn't quite tell. In any case, the small beast was about the length of an adult's forearm, covered in pure white, shiny but slightly sparse fur. Now being held by the neck, its forelimbs hung limply. It twisted its little head desperately to look at Bian Changxi, its great black eyes shining with a beautiful luster as it blinked pitifully. And Ron was the first to cry out, "Wow, what a cute little cat." Chen Guanqing also hurried over. "This cat..." Then his expression dimmed again. It wasn't the one that had been with Xiao Ai. His Xiao Ai loved cats. After she became like that, she was always surrounded by many cats. One of them was also small, white, and very cute. He couldn't help but ask, "Is this your pet?" Bian Changxi glanced at him. "Sort of. I'm looking after it for a friend. We got separated before, and I just found it today. Its name is Milk. It might be a bit mischievous, but it won't hurt anyone." She held the little beast up for everyone to see. "Milk, say hello to everyone." The color and shape changed Milk glanced at the people in front of him, curled his lip in disdain, and gave a perfunctory wave with his left paw. Then he squirmed with all his might, trying to climb onto Bian Changxi's hand. "Awu, being held up like this is so embarrassing." "I protest." "Protest." His strength had increased greatly now, and Bian Changxi almost couldn't hold him. Afraid of tearing his skin, she quickly let go. Milk fell from the air, but at the last second, he stretched out his front paws and clung to her fingers. His two hind legs scrambled in midair, and with a light flick of his body, he climbed onto her arm, then scurried up to her shoulder. Only then did he settle down contentedly. Bian Changxi looked at him, exasperated, and patted his head. Naughty again. He shook his head in protest, snuggling closer and rubbing against her neck. A comfortable purr rumbled in his throat, and then he looked at the people before him with his beautiful grape-like eyes. The 3 adults and 1 child were all a bit stunned. This cat, no, this unknown little beast, was too human-like. Chu Hao said in amazement, Miss Bian, your pet is truly unique. What breed is it? Is it also a mutant? Hearing this, Bian Changxi also felt troubled. She looked at Milk's current appearance and color and frowned. I don't know what breed it is either. I'll have to ask its owner. She just didn't know if Gu Shu would even recognize him when he saw him. She remembered how, when she had first entered the space, a fluffy white ball had rolled towards her. She had been so startled, she almost jumped out of her skin. If the original bald, pink Milk hadn't disappeared, she would never have been able to connect this nondescript little creature with that brown rat. He just shed his fur. Did he have to change so drastically? He suddenly felt so unfamiliar, didn't he? She still thought the fat rat look was cuter. However, although she found the contrast too great and had trouble accepting it at first, Milk was extremely affectionate. He rubbed against her and ran and rolled all over the ground. It was unclear whether he was showing off how strong he had become or just being purely coquettish. In any case, he strongly expressed his desire to come out with her and not stay alone in the farm with a bunch of noisy chickens and ducks and 2 boring cows. So lonely he could only play by himself. Seeing that he had indeed recovered well, Bian Changxi brought him out. The moment this fellow got out, he was like a tiger descending the mountain, his momentum unstoppable. He charged around everywhere. The mutant beasts that occasionally came to harass them immediately tucked their tails and fled. Even Tier 1 and Tier 2 zombies couldn't get the upper hand against his claws. He was actually a great help to her. Otherwise, she would have been in some danger alone in the Music Fountain Square area. Later, he even dragged her to a remote, deserted farmhouse nearby and pulled 3 unmutated, live geese from a haystack. Bian Changxi bent down and opened the sack. I found these geese in a courtyard. They haven't mutated and are definitely edible. One has a broken wing. Do you want to make a pot of soup or roast it and share it as rations for the road? There were 3 geese, 2 male and 1 female. The owner must have left them behind in a hurry. She saw that one's wing was drooping and wouldn't heal, so she decided to spare it the envy of seeing the other 2 fly off as a pair and kill it tonight. To avoid revealing that her space could hold living things, she had put it directly on the bike. Hearing her casually mention on the road, Chen Guanqing's face stiffened for a moment, but he didn't have any particular reaction, merely walking away with a dejected look. Bian Changxi looked at Chu Hao, and sure enough, he said in a low, happy voice, I think I can almost convince him. A few more words tonight, and he'll definitely agree to come with us. George was even more excited, rubbing his hands together. Are we really leaving? When are we going? It was already the 13th. Bian Changxi said, if there are no surprises, it will be tomorrow. George, could you please prepare this goose? Good. George agreed hurriedly, as if afraid that if he hesitated for even a second, Bian Changxi would get upset and leave him behind. It was fair to say that Bian Changxi now held the power to decide when they would leave, and no one there found it inappropriate. There were only 5 of them in total. And Ron naturally had no say, and Chen Guanqing was doing well just to keep himself from starving to death. George had always played a subordinate role, and while Chu Hao was the original backbone of the group, his authority had waned since the capable and decisive Bian Changxi arrived. Besides, she had already told him they needed to leave before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Even if she hadn't mentioned it before, he wouldn't have objected to her sudden decision. He wasn't an autocratic person by nature. Bian Changxi didn't feel out of place either. With so few people, they should discuss things openly and speak their minds. Squabbling over power or showing off felt beneath them. She glanced at Enron. The girl blinked, seemingly understanding something, and whispered, "I'll go help Brother George." Chu Hao hadn't realized she was intentionally clearing the room. He asked with a puzzled smile, "Miss Bian, where did you go today?" "Didn't I say I was going back to the music square to get some things? I saw there was nothing for me to do here, so I went. I told you before I left." "I didn't hear you." Chu Hao patted his head awkwardly. "I was going to go with you. Look at this mess. Are you hurt?" Looking closely, he realized her clothes were covered in blood and grime, with several tears in the fabric. "I'm fine. Milk helped me, so it was actually quite easy." Bian Changxi hesitated. "By the way, do you think talking to him will help?" "I mean Chen Guanqing." "What?" Chu Hao couldn't follow her train of thought. "Chen Guanqing. His heart is still here. Even if you persuade him for a moment and take him away, do you think he'll definitely forget everything and live a good life? Have you forgot why Grandma Gu died? She died because she couldn't accept a tragic reality and lacked the courage to face the world alone." Chu Hao's smile froze. He muttered, "What else can we do? Old Six is still young. He's different from Grandma Gu. Emotions and character have nothing to do with age." Bian Changxi shook her head. If it were someone else, or if she didn't have knowledge of the future, she might have believed Chu Hao's reasoning. After all, in the apocalypse, 8 or 9 out of 10 people had experienced the pain of losing loved ones, and most lived on. Not to mention, Chen Guanqing was a man in his prime, with a bright future ahead of him. It was natural to assume he'd recover after a period of depression. In peaceful times, if a man's newlywed wife died in an accident, would he really follow her to the grave? But this was not the era of peace. Back then, there were families, relatives, and friends to offer comfort and advice. There was work to distract the mind. There was a bright sky above, solid ground below, and various beautiful women around. The entire social environment was healthy and positive. Thinking of one's responsibilities made grief just a part of life. If all else failed, one could travel to clear their head. There were countless ways to cope. But the apocalypse pushed people to a dead end. How many people faced such a massive catastrophe with passivity and self-abandonment? Furthermore, his partner, the one he was supposed to depend on, had died so miserably. The weight of all these factors combined was something outsiders couldn't truly understand. Of course, some people learned from the pain and rose up, or became cold and ruthless to carve out a career. Chen Guanqing was clearly not that type of person. Otherwise, in her past life, he wouldn't have thrown himself into a zombie tide to be devoured. In the past, Bian Changxi would have thought this man was too weak to stand on his own. But after observing him for 2 days, she could only sigh. Perhaps he simply loved her too much. Everyone has their own way of choosing how to face pain, and that was beyond reproach. Chu Hao's face turned pale as he asked, "Then what should we do?" He wanted his friend to pull himself together and start over. But if Chen Guanqing continued to live like the Walking Dead, he would only suffer more. At least here, he could see Xiao Ai every day. If Chu Hao forced him away, he might end up hurting his friend more than helping him. That wasn't what he wanted. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chen Guanqing would end up that way. He shuddered and looked at Bian Changxi for help. "What should we do?" There's a saying, to fight with one's back against the wall. Only when a person has no way back can they move forward without hesitation. Chen Guanqing's heart is here, and I'm afraid it will stay here for the rest of his life. If he's constantly thinking about this place, he'll never look toward the future. "You mean Xiao Ai?" Chu Hao made a gesture. Only if that zombie ceased to exist would Old Six give up. After all, Old Six insisted that the zombie was Xiao Ai. He refused to accept the fact that his wife was gone. But I think if we do that, old Six will go insane. Before he could finish, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. His heart skipped a beat. He turned around and saw Chen Guanqing standing in the shadows. His eyes were glowing with a light that made one's skin crawl, like a lone wolf at the end of its rope. Chu Hao felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He was acting out of concern for his friend, but what use was it if the friend didn't appreciate it? Or was he truly being a meddler? Milk, perched on Bian Changxi's shoulder, suddenly stood up and stared warily at Chen Guanqing. Bian Changxi patted the wolf and said clearly, "Chen Guanqing, Chu Hao is only thinking of you. A short pain is better than a long one. Why don't you do it yourself? I think you understand the situation perfectly. You're just refusing to wake up." Chen Guanqing's voice was like shards of ice, cold and threatening. "Yes, I'm very awake. I know what I need. If you want to touch Xiao Ai, you'll have to step over my dead body first." He paused, his tone suddenly softening as if he were talking to himself. "You all talk about pulling myself together, about the future getting better. It's impossible. Without her, what does anything in this world have to do with me? Without her, what's the point of pulling myself together? Do you think this is meaningful? Running around like this, living in fear. What exactly are you hoping for? Fleeing, migrating, calculating, living in constant fear, and exhausting every effort just to survive. Wasn't it all for a more comfortable life later? Wasn't it because there was something better waiting in the distance? Wasn't it the hope for a better future? But what did any of that have to do with him anymore?" Bian Changxi sighed. To call this man weak would be wrong, as he was quite decisive and stubborn. Yet, to call him responsible would also be wrong, as he couldn't overcome his emotional hurdle. Was the power of love really this great? Though she still remembered Bai Heng, after so many years and a rebirth, all she held onto were memories of a past life. What was etched in her heart felt more like an obsession. This kind of fierce, absolute emotion was truly novel and strange to her. She looked up at the darkening sky and whispered, "But if you don't do it, someone else will. You don't think this place will stay deserted forever, do you? Even if no one comes, you should have noticed that your Xiao Ai has strange and powerful abilities compared to other zombies. As far as I know, once this type of zombie grows, it will actively seek out humans for food and energy. When the human and zombie camps inevitably clash, you won't help it harm your own kind, will you?" Chen Guanqing shuddered, his already sickly face turning even paler. Chu Hao didn't interrupt. He looked back and forth between them and realized something. Bian Changxi clearly had a plan, but she was intentionally dangling it to make old Six anxious. He said somewhat pleadingly, "Miss Bian, just say it. If you have a good idea, old Six will definitely listen to you." Bian Changxi shrugged. "I just wanted to see his reaction before deciding whether to do it." After all, the risk was high, and the difficulty was not small. She turned to Chen Guanqing. "The road to Sioux City will surely be full of danger. I'm not afraid to tell you that I don't have to travel with you. I'm alone. I can advance or retreat as I please. As long as I'm fed, the whole family is fed. What do I have to fear? At most, it's just a bit more work and hardship. Don't glare at me. It's the truth. Of course, I'm not saying you can't make it without me. We're together to look out for each other, not because anyone is a burden. But since we've decided to be partners, I can't have a teammate who's half dead or dragging their feet. So your problem must be resolved completely. You're unwilling to leave because you can't let go of Xiao Ai, right? Then let's just take her with us." In the early morning, as the sky was just beginning to brighten, 3 figures lurked in front of the Wuzhou Grand Hotel. Chu Hao stared at the empty, chilling lobby and whispered, "I'm going in." "Be careful," Bian Changxi and Chen Guanqing said in unison. Bian Changxi added to Chen Guanqing, "I've tried many times. That She doesn't seem able to leave the hotel entrance. You need to approach quietly. If your flames can calm her down, that's best. If not, we use force to capture her." Understand. I understand. Chen Guanqing's heart was racing. He took several deep breaths to steady himself. What they were about to do likely exceeded most people's understanding or approval. He didn't know if it was right or what the consequences would be, but he wanted to do it so badly. The thought of Xiao Ai being left here all alone made his heart ache like wild grass growing out of control. Bian Changxi watched Chu Hao enter the hotel, gently stroking Milk's soft fur. She was also uncertain. She didn't know if this was right or wrong, or if things would develop as she hoped. If people found out, they might think she was delusional, insane, or a psychopath. But everything was worth a try, wasn't it? Suddenly, the space in front of the hotel distorted. Chu Hao appeared instantly, stumbling and falling to the ground before scrambling back up. Chasing him was a small, cute, but currently ferocious white kitten. Behind the kitten, a figure in a white wedding dress with disheveled hair, looking like a female ghost, descended stiffly down the stairs. Seeing such a thing in a dark, desolate hotel in the early morning was truly hair-raising. Bian Changxi felt goosebumps on her arms and couldn't help but glance at Chen Guanqing. The tenderness and grief in the man's eyes were almost overflowing. He was trembling with agitation. It was clear how emotional he was. She gritted her teeth. Truly, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. No matter what a loved one becomes, they remain the most moving and important person in the world. At this moment, she felt that Xiao Ai was lucky, and she became even more determined in her plan. We must succeed. She looked at the zombie, her eyes turning bright and sharp. The little white cat was extremely fast. With a few leaps, it was about to catch Chu Hao. Bian Changxi raised her gun and fired a silent bullet. At the last moment, the cat pushed off with its front paws. The shot that should have blown its head off grazed its scalp instead. It let out a sharp screech and flipped backward, sliding 3 or 4 meters across the ground. The scream made Chu Hao's eardrums ache. He looked back in shock and saw the cat twitch twice before unsteadily standing back up. Blood rolled down from its head, staining its white fur, looking just as terrifying as its blood-red eyes. Bian Changxi frowned. That cat. It was strange. The red-eyed cat glanced over, seemingly discovering Bian Changxi and Chen Guanqing hiding nearby. It then turned and fled back into the hotel, scurrying to the feet of the zombie Xiao Ai, who had finally reached the lobby. It hopped around and hissed, as if lodging a complaint. Then the zombie waved her long nails and let out a piercing shriek. Just like that day, mutant beasts swarmed from all directions. They arrived even faster than before, clearly having been lying in wait. Bian Changxi knew the enemy was now on guard against them. After all, she had come to provoke them again yesterday for observation. Milk's ears perked up. The wolf, which had been lounging at Bian Changxi's feet, stood up and shook itself, but a hand pressed down on its small head. Don't move. Milk looked up in confusion. Wasn't it supposed to deal with those little things? Bian Changxi shook her head and pointed toward another spot. Wait. There was something wrong with that cat. Milk's involvement might interfere. She had a strong feeling that she needed to see what that cat really was. As she spoke, she had already jumped up. She swung her gun barrel and unleashed a spray of bullets. The glass wall in front of the hotel shattered. She sprinted toward the zombie. The zombie let out a long ya cry, and 2 birds dove down from the hotel rooftop. These 2 birds were mutated from the hotel's edible pigeons. Their grayish-white feathers were mottled with black spots. They were as large as adult chickens, but leaner and more agile. Their long tail feathers were like finely crafted blades. As they spread their wings and flapped twice, countless wind blades sliced through the air. These were 2 mutant pigeons, capable of firing wind blades. Bian Changxi had been surprised when she fought them yesterday and had lost a few patches of skin due to carelessness. But now that she was prepared, she wouldn't let them succeed again. Her gun vanished instantly, replaced by a long, slightly curved, snow-bright tang sword. Her wrist flicked, clanging as she blocked the numerous wind blades. Wind blades made noise and caused energy fluctuations when launched. Since the opponents were only Tier 1 and Bian Changxi had a level advantage, blocking them wasn't difficult. In the blink of an eye, the mutant pigeons were upon her, their sharp beaks aimed at her face. She held her sword up to block, leaning her upper body back. One beak struck the blade first, producing a sharp scraping sound. She twisted the blade to deflect it, and the tip of the sword drew an arc, slashing right into the other pigeon. Both pigeons were repelled and flew away, their postures momentarily unbalanced. Two vines seized the opportunity to follow, wrapping around their tail feathers and slamming them hard onto the ground. Gah! The mutant pigeons shrieked. In that brief moment, the surrounding mutant beasts had formed a perimeter. Chu Hao, unable to escape, ran back to Bian Changxi's side, panting. Look at this. There are so many of them. They're trying to take us all down at once. Bian Changxi looked and saw layers upon layers of beasts. The numbers were indeed impressive. Leading the charge were large, ferocious mutant dogs, their limbs so thick they looked like giant apes. They snorted heavily, a type she hadn't seen before. The gaze of every human and beast was focused on this area, including the zombie Xiao Ai and the white cat at her feet. Chen Guanqing, who seemed to have been forgotten, had already silently and swiftly reached the side of the hotel. Without the glass wall in the way, he easily tossed a fireball, one with an orange-red outer flame but a ghostly blue-black inner core. The fireball moved slowly and looked weak, as if he were afraid of hurting his beloved. It drifted down like a feather onto her head. Then something astonishing happened. Upon contact, the orange-red flame did little, but the blue-black inner flame seeped into the zombie's body like melting liquid. All her movements froze. Even the unpleasant sound in her throat vanished. She remained in a stiff posture, a look of confusion seemingly flashing across the face hidden beneath her disheveled hair. Watching from a distance, Bian Changxi clenched her fist tightly. She had guessed right. When she first saw Chen Guanqing's mutated fire element, she found it strange. As far as she knew, derivative elements like wind and ice were common, but a fire element that manifested in such an abnormal, neither here nor there state was rare. Otherwise, Gu Shu's evolution into the lightning element wouldn't have been so world-shaking in her previous life. Later, when she realized this man was Chen Guanqing, she vaguely remembered that he had once been compared to Gu Shu. Both were mutated fire users. One successfully evolved into lightning, while the other was a half-baked failure. They were discussed for quite some time. For these reasons, she had secretly studied Chen Guanqing's ability. Although he rarely used it in front of her, she was naturally sensitive to powers. Through repeated observation and deduction, she discovered that the aura of his blue-black inner flame was very similar to the chilling aura of the zombie Xiao Ai. Later, she asked Chu Hao, and learned that Chen Guanqing had gained this ability after being scratched by the zombified Xiao Ai. From that moment, a very bold and risky idea had taken root in her mind. It wasn't until Grandma Gu passed away, and Chu Hao and Chen Guanqing shared their true feelings that she realized no situation could be worse for Chen Guanqing than his current half-dead state. She decided to put her idea into practice. She wanted to keep the zombie Xiao Ai as a pet. By the 7th year of the apocalypse, the humanization of zombies was no longer a myth. Some elite zombies could recover most of their intelligence and bodily functions. The bosses among the elites could even recover their memories. Outwardly, they looked no different from normal people, speaking, acting, thinking, and reacting just like a living human. She heard that such a zombie had appeared in the Tungyang base and successfully infiltrated the population, occupying a significant position. If Gu Shu hadn't spotted the flaw, the entire base would have been bathed in blood. When this news reached the UNHWA base, most of the high-level officials naturally didn't believe it. Ju UNHWA was dismissive in private, saying the Tungyang base was doing everything possible to deify Gu Shu. But Bian Changxi knew that where there's smoke, there's fire. The appearance of high-intelligence zombies indirectly proved the story. If nature could turn a human into a zombie and then package a zombie to look exactly like a human, what about human intervention? Even if they couldn't achieve something so miraculous, what about simply controlling a zombie? In her previous life, hadn't there been people who could drive zombies for their own use? If a zombie with a powerful summoning ability like Xiao Ai could truly be tamed, how much benefit would it bring? This was a rare experimental opportunity, and at the same time, she truly wanted to help Chen Guanqing take a gamble. Despite all her reasoning, the execution was still difficult. First, the field of zombie manipulation was entirely foreign to her. Even though she had lived through one life, there were many things she couldn't access at her level. Most of what she knew beyond the average person came from being around the tech fanatic, Chu Yi. She only knew that the principle was the same as dealing with mutant beasts. The first step was taming, so she let Chen Guanqing take the lead. The two of them shared homologous energy, so she believed they would communicate better. Sure enough, the change in the flames and Xiao Ai's reaction supported her hypothesis. Xiao Ai's aura instantly became docile. Chen Guanqing felt a surge of wild joy, his eyes turning hot and wet. She could still feel him. She was still his Xiao Ai. But a certain cat couldn't stand this touching scene and bit the zombie's calf. Xiao Ai seemed to snap awake. Her docility vanished, replaced by a ferocious roar. Several mutant dogs broke from the perimeter and lunged at Chen Guanqing. Chen Guanqing was furious and threw a fireball at the white cat. Get lost. The cat dodged nimbly, and the mutant beasts nearly buried Chen Guanqing. Bian Changxi signaled Chu Hao. Chu Hao vanished and reappeared next to Chen Guanqing a moment later, leaving the mutant beasts to pounce on empty air. Two people suddenly appeared behind Xiao Ai. Before she could turn around, a large sack was thrown over her head. Chen Guanqing quickly tied her up with a rope. The zombie didn't give up without a fight. She tried to use her hands, but found them bound. She tried to use her legs, but they had already been wrapped up to the knees by red, green, and white vines, rendering her immobile. She lost her balance and fell backward. Chen Guanqing caught her and slid her horizontally into a large freezer that Chu Hao had produced. He slammed the door shut, and Chu Hao immediately pulled the freezer into his space. The capture process was smooth. Bian Changxi was right. Other than summoning beasts, Xiao Ai's other abilities were weak. They should have breathed a sigh of relief, but both men suddenly felt a chill. A sense of unprecedented crisis rose in their hearts. They turned to see the white cat, its eyes bulging, staring at the spot where Xiao Ai had disappeared. It was panting heavily, looking like someone about to have a heart attack from pure rage. In the eyes of Chu Hao and Chen Guanqing, the white cat's eyes turned crimson. It let out a roar so powerful, it nearly lifted the roof. Then its body inflated like a balloon, transforming from a small cat into a giant beast the size of a man. It swung its hideous head, exhaling a foul, chilling wind. With fangs dripping with gore, it lunged at Chu Hao. Chu Hao's mouth hung open. He couldn't comprehend how the creature could change like a magic trick, but he knew that if he took one bite from those jaws, his upper body would be gone. He grabbed Chen Guanqing and tried desperately to teleport, but he discovered to his horror that he couldn't feel his ability. An all-encompassing pressure was everywhere, suppressing his power into a single point that he couldn't trigger. He watched in despair as the bloody maw descended, unable even to run away. Suddenly, a great force knocked him aside. Chen Guanqing took his place, retreating rapidly while hurling fireballs at the beast's mouth and body. The outer flames scorched and the inner flames corroded. Sizzle sounds erupted from the beast's body, but it was like scratching an itch. From its movements and disdainful expression, it was clear the beast was unharmed. The only things damaged were its fur and thick callous skin. Chen Guanqing's heart grew cold, and regret flooded him. Since the apocalypse began, he had been immersed in grief. Even though he had an ability, he had never bothered to practice it. Now, retribution had come. Just when there was hope to save Xiao Ai, Was he going to watch everything be destroyed because of his own incompetence? If he survived this, he swore he would become strong. Move! A low shout rang out, followed by the rat-tat-tat of a machine gun. Chen Guanqing saw Bian Changxi rush to the entrance, the black barrel of her gun spitting fire like a blooming flower. He quickly pulled Xiao Ai into a corner. A second later, the giant beast howled in pain and charged forward, crushing the spot where Chen Guanqing had just stood. It slammed into the wall, creating a massive crater. Murals and decorations fell, and the crystal chandelier crashed down, shattering into pieces. The beast trembled violently, unable to stand for a moment. Thick blood gushed from its rear. Bian Changxi wiped away sweat. That was close. This thing could actually transform. She had lived many years and had never seen such a bizarre mutant beast. Was it possessed by a superhero? Glancing at the spot where it was bleeding, her lip twitched. She didn't want to be so crude, but seeing that Chen Guanqing's fireballs were useless, she knew the creature's hide was incredibly thick. When she rushed over, the first thing she saw was that big white backside, and an anus that had enlarged along with the transformation. As it turned out, even the golden bell shield had a weak point. The method was a bit rogue, but the effect was excellent. However, she noticed that once the beast collapsed, her current angle was no longer advantageous. She tossed 2 guns to Xiao Ai and Chen Guanqing. Shoot it from below. Don't let it get up. Xiao Ai and Chen Guanqing clearly realized where the key lay. This works. Their lips twitched. For a moment, their perception of Bian Changxi reached a new height. The 2 men took over her indecent task, while Bian Changxi turned to face the dark swarm of beasts outside the hotel. Just like that day, although they had lost Xiao Ai's command, these creatures smelled humans and refused to disperse. Fortunately, at Bian Changxi's feet stood a small beast with snow-white fur, not quite a cat, not quite a fox. Milk stood there regally, sweeping an arrogant gaze over the crowd. Despite its small and delicate size, it actually made the mutant beasts freeze, not daring to take another step forward. Bian Changxi had brought Milk for this very reason. As a spiritual beast, Milk had absolute deterrence over ordinary mutant beasts. While it usually needed to exert its full aura to drive them away, just standing there like a guardian deity was enough to keep them at bay without any effort. Bian Changxi saw Milk frequently peeking inside, seemingly very interested in the giant beast. Since the giant beast was starting to fight back after its initial agony, making things difficult for the 2 men, she said to Milk, "Go if you want. I'll handle things here." Milk tilted its head, thought for a moment, and nodded happily. It rubbed against her pant leg before turning and trotting inside. Such a tiny thing charging toward the giant beast looked incredibly out of place, but the giant beast froze upon seeing Milk. Fear flashed in its eyes, and its tail drooped as if looking for an escape route. Milk let out a thunderous ow. Its aura shifted instantly, becoming like a tiger descending a mountain or a hawk taking flight. Its pace became large and fast, shooting toward the giant beast like an arrow. Before anyone could blink, Milk had clamped its jaws firmly and fiercely onto the giant beast's neck. The giant beast struggled and roared frantically. Xiao Ai and Chen Guanqing were forced back further and further, eventually hiding on the stairs. They watched as the giant beast's initial ferocity faded into weakness. Finally, it let out a desperate, long cry and crashed to the ground. The 2 men looked at each other. Just like that, it was bitten to death. Bian Changxi curled her lips into a smile. She looked coldly at the beast swarm outside. Seeing them startled and beginning to stir in chaos, she took the opportunity to rain down wooden spikes, specifically targeting the mutant beasts with the glossiest fur. As more and more mutant beasts died, they finally lost their nerve after the giant beast's final cry. They fled in all directions, scattering in an instant. Bian Changxi wasn't about to let them go easily. This was the perfect time to kick them while they were down. These were all shiny crystal cores. She chased them out, bullets and wooden spikes flying together. Her vines lashed out to clear a path, slaughtering the demoralized wretches until they were wailing in despair. She only stopped after leaving a trail of corpses. She returned to the hotel. By now, the giant beast had reverted to its small cat form, and its body was cold. Beside it was a pool of blood large enough for it to swim in. Milk was leisurely licking its paws, occasionally letting out a burp. Chu Hao looked at the kitten and then at Milk, his face full of shock and confusion. As for Chen Guanqing, Bian Changxi's expression faltered, and she stepped forward quickly. Chen Guanqing, what? What is that in your hand? Chen Guanqing looked up and asked, do you know what this is? Chu Hao says he's never seen a crystal core this color. In his hand was a pure black crystal core, forming a sharp contrast with his pale, withered hand. One look at it was enough to feel the chilling, heavy aura within. Looking at the white cat, its skull had already been split open. Chu Hao said, yeah, I've mostly seen white and yellow ones. I've heard there are red, green, golden, earthy yellow, and blue ones, but I've never seen a black one. Why does this look so evil? Bian Changxi thought to herself, of course it's evil. Do you know what this is for? People use these things to drive zombies. A wave of shock hit her. Why was she seeing a black core here? She remembered that black cores didn't appear until much later, at least a year into the apocalypse. Or was it not that they appeared late, but that in her previous life, her status was so low that she simply didn't know much? Seeing her grave, puzzled, and slightly twitching expression, Chen Guanqing couldn't help but ask, is this very important? Can I have it? Give it to you. Why? Because I feel like I need it. A fist-sized fireball suddenly ignited in Chen Guanqing's hand. The blue-black inner flame was originally quiet, but as the black core approached, the flame instantly became restless. It seemed agitated yet joyful, as if it wanted to merge with the core. I feel like the aura of my flame is very close to this black core. Bian Changxi's eyelids jumped. She paused for a long time before asking, what kind of crystal cores did you use before? What? I mean, when you replenished your energy, which color did you absorb? Was it red? Chu Hao looked at Chen Guanqing and answered for him, he's never absorbed any. He never cared about that before. Bian Changxi opened her mouth. Fine, he really is an oddball. She seemed about to say something, but closed her mouth. Now isn't the time for this. The smell of blood is too strong. Help me dig out the cores from the mutant beasts outside. We need to leave immediately. We'll talk on the way. Mainly, now that Xiao Ai was gone and the cat was dead, this place was unclaimed territory. It would soon attract other zombies. The two men had no objections and acted immediately. Bian Changxi watched them walk away gloomily, then crouched down to stare at the dead white cat. To produce a black core, it really was a control-type monster. She put the matter aside for a moment and reached out to feel the cat's body. Frowning, she asked Milk, what did you do to it? Why did one bite kill it? Milk stood up, strolled over, and opened its mouth for Bian Changxi to see. A fishy smell. She leaned in and saw blood on Milk's teeth and in its mouth. It had clearly consumed blood, but it hadn't touched the large pool on the ground. She touched its little belly, Milk let out a gurgle and dodged as if ticklish, but it didn't look bloated. Drinking one mouthful of blood could kill a giant beast. Bian Changxi thought for a long time before her eyes widened. You didn't eat its essence blood, did you? Milk nodded proudly. Bian Changxi was stunned. So essence blood was actually a real thing. In her previous life, there was a theory that high-tier mutant beasts had essence blood, heart's blood. The amount was very small, but it was the essence of their life. There was a type of potion that could instantly boost an ability user's cultivation, supposedly made by extracting this essence blood. She hadn't known if it was true or false. After all, once a mutant beast was killed and its heart cut open, all sorts of blood would gush out. How could anyone distinguish essence blood from ordinary blood? Even high-tier ability users couldn't sense it. And even if someone truly knew the secret, they wouldn't go around advertising it. So most people considered it a myth. Bian Changxi had never reached the ranks of the top experts, so she had never tried it herself. Naturally, she didn't know the truth of the matter. She tapped Milk on the forehead. "You're quite something. Look at you, that must have been quite a tonic, huh?" Milk bared its teeth as if saying it was all right. Essence blood, a black core, and transformation. This cat was truly bizarre. It kept shattering her preconceptions. Bian Changxi studied it for a while longer before putting the cat's carcass away. This would be an excellent scientific specimen. Those tech-obsessed researchers would surely love it. She took Milk outside to help dig for crystal cores. With 3 people working, the job went quickly. In a few minutes, all the mutant beast corpses had been harvested, and the 3 of them hurried away from the blood-soaked area. Today was August 14th. Tomorrow it would rain heavily, and the day after, zombies and mutant plants animals would become stronger, as if they were on steroids. Bian Changxi had originally planned to leave Longyue Town today. The 3 of them had intended to capture Xiao Ai and then head back to pick up George and leave immediately. But Chen Guanqing's discovery of the black core meant the plan had to be pushed back. Bian Changxi had Chu Hao look for a safe house. While walking, she formulated her words and then spoke. "I don't know if you noticed, but every time Xiao Ai lashed out, it was under the influence of that white cat." Calling a zombie by name felt awkward, but to respect their feelings, she followed suit. "I initially thought the cat was just acting spoiled or complaining, but thinking back, the cat must have been controlling Xiao Ai." Chen Guanqing immediately said, "I felt that too." When my fireball merged into Xiao Ai's body, she had already calmed down. But that wretched cat bit her, and she immediately became frenzied again. He paused. "What does that have to do with the black core?" "Because the black core is a unique type of crystal core. These things are very, very rare. I've heard that only zombies and mutant beasts with certain summoning or controlling abilities can produce them. Furthermore, ability users who can utilize black cores seem to gain those same control abilities." "Control zombies?" Chen Guanqing's eyes lit up. "Yes. Then, if I absorb the energy in this black core, could I? Could he control Xiao Ai and make her normal?" Bian Changxi looked at him and shook her head. "But the risk is enormous. As mentioned before, there was a group of people who could drive zombies. This was considered an outlier ability. The powerful ones could trigger zombie tides at will. They were called dark element users, but later, the capital's editorial department gave them a more mysterious and terrifying name: exorcists. Whether it was their inherent nature or the influence of this sinister ability, almost all exorcists were eccentric and unpredictable. To varying degrees, they held anti-human sentiments. Some even led zombie armies against humans to establish themselves as kings of the world. She kept her distance from such ability users. When the UNHWA base was surrounded by a zombie tide in her past life, she suspected UNHWA had hired an exorcist to do it. That was the first risk. Second, what kind of group were exorcists exactly? Were they natural ability users like those of the 5 elements, or did they develop the ability by absorbing black cores and slowly cultivating? Bian Changxi couldn't be sure. In the apocalypse, many things couldn't be explained by language or experience alone, nor could they be neatly categorized. There were many bizarre phenomena and existences, like the cunning milk, the transforming cat, Gu Shu's evolution into lightning, Chen Guanqing's corrosive fire, or her own wood element having fire and ice attributes. If it was an innate ability, Chen Guanqing's attempt to absorb the black core would be suicidal. If it were her, she might try it, as she was Tier 2 and the core was only Tier 1. When a high-tier user uses a low-tier core, the risk is greatly reduced even if the attributes don't match. Moreover, she had a deeper understanding and higher level of control over abilities than anyone else currently. Even if something went wrong, she could stabilize herself at the last moment. But Chen Guanqing was a novice. Messing around could cost him his life. Third, even if the first two risks were bypassed, did he think controlling a zombie was easy? If it were, such people wouldn't have been so rare and hidden in her past life. Setting aside the fact that society wouldn't tolerate it, the zombie you chose to control would surely resist. It wouldn't just stand there and let you take over. Who knew what would happen during that struggle? Bian Changxi felt the whole thing was unreliable. It was similar to soul snatching or possession in novels. One slip-up leading to a backlash would result in irreversible, devastating damage. Let me be blunt. I previously said we'd take Xiao Ai with us, but I had a plan. I wanted to wait until we reached the Sioux City base. With more people and more information, we could look for a way to restore Xiao Ai to normal. After all, she can't stay in Chu Hao's space forever. Actually, she mainly wanted to find those famous exorcists from her past life and pick their brains to see if their methods could be applied to Xiao Ai. To put it plainly, it was still the exorcist path, but at least with proper knowledge and preparation. Why not? Chen Guanqing asked immediately. Miss Bian, are you hiding something from me? This nearly rude questioning made Chu Hao anxious for him, but Bian Changxi didn't mind. She asked Chu Hao to find a place to stop. Chu Hao looked around and finally found a safe, empty house. The three of them went inside and closed the door. Bian Changxi then had Chu Hao release Xiao Ai. The zombie was taken out of the freezer. The sack had been shredded, but the vines on her legs still made it hard for her to move. She just kept clawing at the freezer door, looking quite terrifying. Bian Changxi used her scabbard to push the hair away from the zombie's face. The face was swollen and deformed, the lips were crimson, and the eyes protruded, but she didn't have the rotting, disgusting look of an ordinary zombie. Her arms were covered in scars, but there wasn't the exaggerated loss of flesh. Her skin just lacked luster, looking like a body that had been dead for only a short while. Bian Changxi probed with her wood energy. The zombie's body was filled with a strange, black, flowing, paste-like energy. That energy was very active. As soon as it touched her wood energy, it tried to latch on, scaring her into withdrawing her hand immediately. She gripped the edge of the freezer. Look, doesn't she look different from other zombies? Chu Hao looked. Indeed. Other zombies are much scarier. Chen Guanqing asked, why is that? The better a zombie looks, the stronger its ability and the greater its potential for advancement. Some zombies can eventually become indistinguishable from humans. Ignoring their shock, she continued, as zombies advance and evolve, their functions become more complete. Dead or discarded tissues will be repaired. Eventually, they will need to breathe and eat regularly. At that point, the space won't be able to hold her. A space user's dimension can only hold inanimate objects. Chu Hao could put the zombie in his space now because she didn't need to breathe. She was like a moving corpse. Are you saying Xiao Ai could really return to her former self? Chen Guanqing became excited. It's a possibility. It's because of this possibility that I suggested taking her. Otherwise, she'd be crazy to encourage him to face a zombie every day and pour out his heart. He'd go insane eventually. She felt that if it worked, great. If not, at least Chen Guanqing would have a goal. Otherwise, he'd just keep looking for ways to die. In her past life, it had nothing to do with her, but now that they knew each other and had built some rapport, watching him like this would suffocate her. But before that, for a long time at least, we won't be able to hide her. She'll need to be active in the outside world. Chu Hao inhaled sharply. But like this, she'll be. Yes. Once people find out we're carrying a zombie, there will be big trouble. She said to Chen Guanqing, I won't lie to you. If you can successfully control Xiao Ai, making her look normal, at least on the surface, will be much easier. But if you fail, you'll die a miserable death. So my suggestion is to wait. At least until you become stronger. Chen Guanqing was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked something else. You said it's easier for Xiao Ai to advance like this. Yes. He flashed a smile. I don't understand the things of the apocalypse, but I've read novels. The lower the level, the easier it is to control. That logic should apply everywhere, right? Bian Changxi was speechless. He looked tenderly at Xiao Ai. And if we start earlier, Xiao Ai can return to normal sooner, right? Sooner? Should I tell you that naturally evolving zombies take 3 or 4 years to look human? That it takes 6 or 7 years for zombies indistinguishable from humans to appear? A month or 2 makes almost no difference. But she had already revealed so much. If she spoke too definitively, even the excuse of having been with a large convoy wouldn't cover it. Chen Guanqing was risking his life. He pondered for a moment and added, Miss Bian, don't worry. I have a strong feeling about this black core. Isn't this destiny? He suddenly sounded very refined, like a successful businessman with everything under control. Bian Changxi shivered. Chen Guanqing had been a figure of importance before the apocalypse, not some fool. Since he had decided, why should she stop him? What do I have to worry about? She told Chu how to put Xiao Ai away and guard the door. Then she carefully informed Chen Guanqing of what to watch out for when absorbing energy and what might happen. Bian Changxi's experience was undoubtedly rich and complete. She mentioned every detail, large and small. For both public and private reasons, she didn't want Chen Guanqing to fall here. It was like a quest. She knew that if they overcame the step, she would succeed. She would have secured the gratitude of both Chu Hao and Chen Guanqing. Otherwise, if something happened to Chen Guanqing, Chu Hao might hold it against her. Turning an ally into an enemy would be a disaster. Bian Changxi wasn't someone who loved taking risks. All her previous proactive risks were based on having a solid foundation and the certainty of protecting herself. If she were in Chen Guanqing's position today, she might have slowed things down and waited until she was more confident. But she also craved strength. Since Chen Guanqing insisted on doing this, her task, besides explaining everything and maximizing his survival rate, was to observe. A live broadcast of an ordinary ability user attempting to become an exorcist was a rare opportunity. Chu Hao, on the other hand, was miserable. His friend had sat down on the ground after grabbing the black core and hadn't moved an inch for over an hour. Bian Changxi had been standing nearby, staring intently for the same amount of time without even blinking. He tried to stare along with them for a few minutes, but his eyes became incredibly sore. What is there to look at? He squatted in the corner to pull grass, guarded the door, and watched the wind. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he whispered to Bian Changxi, I don't think Old Six will be done anytime soon. George and the others must be getting anxious. Should I go back and give them an update? Bian Changxi blinked and glanced at Chen Guanqing again. She finally remembered her plan to leave before mid-autumn. It was already late morning, and Chen Guanqing hadn't finished absorbing, or rather, it seemed he had only just begun. For the past hour, he had been circling the energy in the black core, trying to communicate with it. She had also realized that the energy in the black core was very insidious and cunning. One slip-up, and it would force its way into the body to wreak havoc. Chen Guanqing had almost fallen for it several times, and she had nearly stepped in to help, but he had managed to resolve it himself. Only a fool like Chu Hao would think they were just imitating statues. Even if Chen Guanqing successfully absorbed it, mastering a new ability and using it smoothly would likely take a lot of effort. This meant they wouldn't be leaving today. She sighed inwardly, but there was nothing to be done. She said, all right. But when you go back, don't tell the other two about Xiao Ai. It's a serious matter. The fewer people who know, the better. Also, once you're back, you don't need to come back here immediately. If we're not back by 4 p.m., bring them both here. Otherwise, Chen Guanqing and I will head back ourselves. Why bring them here? Bian Changxi walked to the door and felt the strong wind outside, which was blowing trash and dust everywhere. A white plastic bag slapped against her hand. She pulled her hand back and shook it. The wind is so strong. I think it will rain heavily tomorrow. Our current place is right by the river. If the water rises, it'll be a problem. We should find another place to stay." She paused. "By the way, give Xiao Ai to me." After taking over from Chu Hao and making sure he was safe to leave, she returned to her long state of observation. Time flew by. While Bian Changxi and Chen Guanqing were silently and tensely challenging the new ability, Chu Hao was back at the base, looking at the people in front of him with a desire to cry. Where exactly did Bian Changxi go? You didn't let her run away again, did you? Chai Zhang stood with his hands on his hips, looking disappointed. Beside him, Baldy Chang was pale and covered in cold sweat. Although he didn't say anything, the gaze he shot over was chilling. Chu Hao wanted to curse. Are these people here to ask for medical help? Really? Why are they all so arrogant? However, thinking back to when Baldy Chang came for hemostatic medicine for his back injury, Chu Hao hadn't mentioned Bian Changxi once. It seemed he had offended the man. If he didn't give an explanation now, they would surely settle new and old scores together. He checked his watch. It wasn't time yet. Even if he ditched these people to find Bian Changxi and warn her, he'd likely be followed. If they discovered the secret about Xiao Ai, the consequences would be dire. So he held his ground. Miss Bian is out. She said she'd be back very late. How late is very late? Baldy Chang asked in a raspy voice. A chunk of his waist had been torn out by a mutant beast, and his intestines had spilled out before being stuffed back in bit by bit. He had used all the medicine he had and was finally forced to drag himself here. Who knew Chu Hao wouldn't be around, leaving only a foreigner who spoke gibberish and a little girl who knew nothing. He had gone to Chai Zhang with a dark face, but that guy had no good medicine, only stuff for colds, fevers, and inflammation. But he told himself that Chu Hao had a wood element user here. One of his brother's legs had grown back flesh after being treated by her. He had seen that wound. He had also vaguely heard the name Bian Changxi when he was lingering near the convoy. Connecting that to the girl he saw on the day they traded chickens, he sneered inwardly. Chu Hao, you're something else. It's one thing to collect trash like it's treasure, but I thought you were simple-minded. I didn't expect you to hide a real treasure when you finally found one. So he had Chai Zhang's men carry him here. She should be back before dark. If she isn't. The threat in his unfinished sentence was clear. Chu Hao angrily pulled Chai Zhang aside. Old Chai, what's wrong with you? Miss Bian saved your brother's life, and you turn around and sell her out. Who knows what this Baldy Chang is thinking? The flesh on his waist is practically rotting. What if Miss Bian can't heal it? What if he gets unreasonable and hurts her? Chai Zhang also had a bitter face. What choice do I have? Do you think I wanted this? This guy went to my place with a gun. It was clear that if I didn't produce medicine, he'd kill all of us to go with him. Brother, you know my men are just muscle. How can we fight this Baldy? I could only stall for time. By the way, where exactly is Miss Bian? He didn't want others to know about Bian Changxi either, so he had strictly ordered his men not to reveal anything. He had finally endured until the old bald head left with his people yesterday. He saw that Chu Hao's side was planning to move, so he was going to come over to get close and travel together. Who knew Baldy Chang would show up first? He didn't know if Miss Bian could handle this big guy. If she was captured by him. This Baldy had always looked down on them. He definitely wouldn't let them follow. Then this great doctor would be lost to them. What bad luck. What? Use their superior numbers to take down Baldy Chang. Haven't you heard that a lean camel is still bigger than a horse? The man's ability was top-notch. Otherwise, he couldn't have survived so long alone, occasionally killing massive mutant beasts. Plus, he had a gun. If it really came down to it, they might fight to the death, but they hadn't reached that point yet. Everyone was filled with their own anger and worry, not daring to speak out against Baldy Chang. George had taken Ron into the house. They seemed to be doing nothing, but they were actually following Chu Hao's instructions, eating a full meal and conserving energy, ready to flee at any moment. As it approached 4 p.m., Bian Changxi returned. She had originally planned to wait for Chu Hao and the others to come to her, but thinking that those three had low combat power, she feared something might happen. So she came back. It wasn't far anyway. Only half an hour by car. Speaking of the car, she and Chen Guanqing had found it on their way back. There was still a bit of gas in the tank. The whole car looked battered and old, but it still ran, so they drove it back. It'll be good as new with a little repair, Chen Guanqing said. Since successfully mastering the dark element and forming a connection with Xiao Ai, Bian Changxi didn't quite understand it, but he said he could sense Xiao Ai's state through energy, though controlling her would take time. His entire demeanor had undergone a massive change. Although he was still thin enough to blow away in the wind, and his clothes still hung on him like sacks, his aura had shifted back toward that of a successful social elite. Everything he saw now was something that could be used for this or that later. A piece of glass could be used to patch a broken window. A steel pipe could be used for breathing or scouting while hiding. A chair could be used for resting. Seeing a bucket of wallpaper in a hardware store, he said it could be wrapped around their legs. In the future, when crossing rivers or walking through tall grass, we must wrap our legs and arms. This stuff is waterproof, tough, and soft. Bian Changxi felt like her ears were growing calluses. And she, a dignified space owner, pseudo-space user, had become a scavenger. Whenever Chen Guanqing thought something was useful, he'd make her take it. If she didn't, he'd give her a lecture on facts and logic, so eloquent it made one want to applaud. She discovered that once this man had no more worries, or rather, once his fighting spirit was ignited, this terrifying apocalypse was full of novelty and opportunity for him. It was like a video game. His eyes were practically glowing. Perhaps this was just a rebound from high pressure. After all, he had been suppressed for 3 months. Sigh, it's my fault. Why did I have to say my space could hold a massive amount of things? So, when Bian Changxi returned with a sour face and saw the dead man faces of Baldy Chiang and the others, her mood naturally didn't improve. After hearing Chu Hao's explanation and seeing the look in Baldy Chiang's eyes, she felt a hidden hostility. She thought to herself, what are you acting so tough for? When the tiger is away, the monkey becomes king. If you were really that capable, would you have ended up with your guts hanging out? Despite her thoughts, she followed her principle of not offending people unnecessarily. She walked calmly up to Baldy Chiang. What is your ability? You don't need to know that. Baldy Chiang was already at his limit. Heal me now. Bian Changxi acted as if she hadn't heard him and said to herself, last time you brought that big rooster, I saw that when it pecked your arm, it couldn't even break the skin. Your skin is very hard. So, I'm guessing you're a strengthening type ability user. She spoke to Baldy Chiang, but her words were intended for everyone present. The so-called reinforcement type means your bones become harder, your muscles tougher, and your skin more durable. You reach the legendary state of invulnerability. Of course, since you are still at Tier 2, ordinary people can't hurt you, but ability users might be a different story. Knives don't pose much of a threat, but you can't exactly dodge bullets. She took the rifle off her back and played with it in her hands like a toy, seemingly ignoring the twitching of Baldy Chiang's eyes and the cold glint in his gaze. Chu Hao watched with a burst of worry. Big sister, he still has a pistol in his hand. We know your rifle is powerful, but don't turn your side to him. If he fires, you won't be able to dodge it either. Chen Guanqing seemed to understand Bian Changxi's plan. He glanced at Baldy Chiang and, suppressing a smile, chimed in, so, is this ability actually good or bad? Good. Of course it's good. Invulnerability to blades and guns, what an amazing state. Look at the other abilities. Speed types are only good for running away. Strength types hit hard, but which one doesn't require physical exertion? It's exhausting. And the elemental types, Metal, wood, water, fire, earth are even worse. They all consume energy. Once the energy is gone, they're no different from ordinary people. Not to mention space types like Chuhao, who are basically glass cannons. Aside from collecting junk and handling logistics, they have to rely on others everywhere they go. Chuhao's eyebrows jumped fiercely, but he ultimately remained silent. Bian Changxi's tone shifted as she looked at Baldy Qiang with feigned admiration. Reinforcement types are different. You don't have to do anything. You just sit there, letting the wind blow and the rain beat down, letting people hammer and hack at you, and you're perfectly fine. It's like having an omnidirectional energy shield turned on. You are in an absolutely invincible position at all times. Everyone was stunned. So that was what Baldy Qiang's ability was about. It sounded amazing. Suddenly, someone piped up, then how did he get injured? Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. She glanced at the gauze and clothes at Baldy Qiang's waist, which were soaked with blood and abdominal fluids. She said uncertainly, maybe the opponent was too strong. But who encounters someone stronger than themselves every day? Don't worry. This big brother's advantage is still very obvious. Baldy Qiang finally couldn't sit still any longer. His face twitched repeatedly. Supporting himself against the wall, he stood up with difficulty and bowed to Bian Changxi. I was too arrogant. I thought too highly of myself and didn't realize there are always people better than me. Please, miss, do not hold my previous attitude against me. I've lost too much blood and my mind isn't clear. He gasped for breath, threw away the pistol, and bowed even lower. Please save my life. That's more like it, Bian Changxi thought. Who do you think you are? Am I your mother or your daughter? Did you expect me to rush over and beg to heal you? Bian Changxi quickly said, what are you doing? I just wanted to say how powerful you are. The fact that something could injure you means your opponent must have been terrifying. With a wound like this, I'm afraid Baldy Qiang sighed in his heart. Feeling like he had no strength left to speak, he suddenly realized his life was in this young woman's hands. If she said she couldn't cure him, what could he do? Shoot her. Then he would definitely die too. Not to mention, judging by the situation, she wasn't afraid of him at all, implying she had significant skills of her own. Whether it was physical weakness or a genuine fear of raising his voice against her, he submitted very easily. He said repeatedly, I understand, I understand. Even doctors in hospitals have patients they can't save. If Miss Bian can't save me, that is just my fate. Bian Changxi observed his expression carefully. He seemed quite resigned. She felt that this man had simply become a bit carried away because there was no one stronger around to suppress him. Or perhaps he was using aggression to mask the fact that he was at the end of his rope. She decided he was worth saving. If he had shown even a hint of resentment or malice, she would have absolutely washed her hands of him. She wasn't kind enough to save a venomous snake. Is that so? Hearing you say that puts me at ease. Come inside with me then. Chuhao, please come and help. Baldy Qiang's injury was indeed severe. A chunk of flesh was missing, and the tear was massive. Not only were his intestines threatening to spill out, but other abdominal organs were visible. He was truly tough. Anyone else would have fainted long ago. Bian Changxi suddenly understood how he had managed to survive alone in this zombie world, with just a body-strengthening ability. However, she wasn't a surgeon. She could only close the wound and release some energy to repair it. As for the rest, it was up to Baldy Qiang himself. After finishing, Bian Changxi dragged Chuhao, who had been helping lift clothes and wipe blood, out into the biting wind. She voiced the doubt in her heart. This Baldy Qiang seems to have a history. Why didn't he go with the convoy to Sioux City? The people left in Longyue Town, aside from Chen Guanqing and the late Granny Gu, were mostly left behind involuntarily. They either missed the convoy or were tricked into getting off. To put it bluntly, they were either stupid, had criminal records, or were unpopular. It made it seem like everyone here was the dregs of society. Chu Hao looked back at the room where Baldy Chiang was resting with his eyes closed and whispered, "Old Chai told me secretly." Baldy Chiang escaped from prison. I don't know if people were afraid of his convict appearance or if he had enemies in Longyue Town, but someone pulled some strings to prevent him from boarding the bus. He sighed. Old Chai was also tricked by a rival and kicked off after boarding. So the two of them have a bit of mutual sympathy. I estimate that if they ever get to Sioux City, the first thing they'll do is seek revenge. Escaped from prison. Bian Changxi thought of the convict zombies under the forest shop. It wasn't hard to understand why Baldy Chiang had such skills. He must have been a ruthless character in the past. As for the pistol, he probably stole it during the jailbreak. Being a ruthless character didn't mean he was a bad person, but it certainly didn't mean he was good either. He was a variable, and Bian Changxi wasn't keen on traveling with him. Chu Hao wasn't keen either. He whispered, "I think Chai Zhang wants to follow us to Sioux City. I don't know about Baldy Chiang, but I feel like after this incident, he'll either drag us along or follow us. What do you think we should do?" Whether he dragged or followed depended entirely on whether Bian Changxi had the ability to suppress him. Bian Changxi asked, "What's his style like?" "Well," Chu Hao smiled bitterly. "Let's put it this way. In the beginning, there were more than just our group, Chai Zhang's group, and Old Baldy's group in town. There were others, but 2/3 of them were wiped out by Baldy Chiang." "How so?" "Those people relied on their numbers. Some wanted Baldy Chiang to work for them, others wanted his gun. The result was that within a day or two, their leaders were killed. The subordinates scattered, disappeared, or went silent." Chu Hao shook his head. He really felt it wasn't necessary to be so extreme. How many living people were left around here? Killing them all left everyone isolated. Those people were just talking tough. If they knew how powerful he was, they wouldn't have dared to make a move. Why kill them? And he killed ruthlessly, specifically targeting the leaders. Killing one was as effective as killing the whole group. He continued, "Baldy Chiang is a loner. He basically trusts no one. He's skilled and won't starve, but he doesn't have enough water, so he often catches prey to trade with us. We don't necessarily need the prey. Meat is good to have, but lacking it isn't a matter of life and death. But to avoid offending Baldy Chiang, we usually accept it. Fortunately, Baldy Chiang is decent to those who don't plot against him, and his asking prices aren't ridiculous." "Are you saying he's too ruthless, or praising him for having principles?" "Actually, I think he has both." Bian Changxi rested her chin on her hand. "If we don't take him, he'll definitely view us as enemies. Meeting later would be awkward, given how vengeful he is. If we do take him..." "Oh, why think so much? Go ask Chen Guanqing what he thinks, and ask Chai Zhang what he plans to do. You guys figure it out. I have no objections either way." Chu Hao was dumbfounded. "You can't just be a hands-off boss like this. That's too irresponsible." "I'm not the boss. I'm clearly just a chore worker." "Boss Chu, please. By the way, hurry up and decide. We need to leave within half an hour. Find a place with few zombies, few plants, and not close to water sources. The building needs to be tall and sturdy, windproof and rainproof." "Chu Hao." The sky grew increasingly ugly. The wind blew harder and faster. The black river's surface, emitting a foul stench, rolled with wave after wave. It made people panic, as if something was about to emerge from the bottom of the river. The buzzing cracks in the doors and windows of the old house, and the rattling roof that seemed ready to blow away at any moment, were worrying. Anyone could see the weather was changing. So, even though it was late, no one objected to Chu Hao's suggestion. Everyone supported finding a safer place. Chai Zhang was indeed determined to follow Bian Changxi's group. He immediately sent a few brothers back to pack their things. Chu Hao, destined for a life of labor, was persuaded by a few words from Chai Zhang to act as their mobile warehouse. The remaining people discussed where to go. Few zombies, no plants, away from the dangerous river, and preferably close to the main road for easy retreat later. Such a place was hard to find. Several suggestions were rejected one by one. Bian Changxi suddenly said, "When I entered the town, I saw a middle school. It meets all the conditions, but the location isn't great." "You mean the one next to the gas station?" Chai Zhang said. "That place would work, but going there means backtracking. It's the opposite direction of Sioux City. It'll delay us." Bian Changxi thought so too. Baldi Qiang suddenly spoke up. "What about the town kindergartens?" He hadn't said anything since climbing off the bed. His wound was closed on the surface, but there was internal damage, so he couldn't move vigorously for now. It was a tacit understanding. No one chased him away, so he naturally joined the retreat army and the planning. By the time everyone arrived at the town kindergarten, the sky was completely dark. The deserted kindergarten was pitch black. Bian Changxi turned on a solar-powered camping lantern to illuminate the guard booth, while keeping an eye on Enron. The others spread out to search the surroundings. No situation. Everything is normal. Everyone went inside and chose 2 adjacent classrooms on the first floor. Bian Changxi, Chu Hao, Chen Guanqing, George, and Enron took one classroom. Chai Zhang and his 7 brothers took the other. "Let's start a fire and make something to eat." After clearing a space to sleep and pushing the tables and chairs together, Chu Hao took out a small gas canister and a single burner stove from his space. He prepared to make red bean porridge and boil a kettle of hot water to eat with biscuits and bread. Before he could move, one of Chai Zhang's brothers waved from outside. "Brother Chu, our stuff." Their equipment was all sitting in Chu Hao's space. Chen Guanqing took over his task. "You go. I'll handle this." He rolled up his sleeves, added water and beans, and looked quite professional. Bian Changxi pulled out some festive ribbons from somewhere and tied camping lanterns to the windows. She tied 2 there and placed 2 more on the table, brightening the room considerably. Then she watched Chen Guanqing cooking porridge and squatting there to wash the bowls. These were new bowls she and Chu Hao had collected, covered in dust. Seeing him use water carefully and handle the process with refinement, she couldn't help but say, "You must have been good at housework before, right?" Chu Hao was used to being rough. He could eat from a bowl left unwashed for 3 days without blinking. George was clumsy in this regard. She had thought she would have to shoulder most of the logistical work. Chen Guanqing smiled. "When I was studying for my master's, I rented a place. There were few restaurants nearby, so I couldn't help but start cooking for myself. Over time, I got practiced at it. Actually, it was mainly because Xiao Ai complained that the food outside wasn't good. She had set up a kitchen, vowing to spoil their stomachs with good food, but her enthusiasm only lasted 3 days. Unknowingly, he became the one holding the ladle. Recalling those times, his gaunt face softened considerably. George had always been a bit afraid of this man who was skin and bones and rarely spoke, but seeing him like this, he couldn't help but join in the fun. "I couldn't tell. This is good. We won't have to worry about no one cooking for us in the future." Ever since the women in the team either died or left, he had been worried about food. He subconsciously ignored Bian Changxi. She wasn't someone who would serve everyone like a nanny. Chen Guanqing didn't get angry. "Sure. But you're responsible for the ingredients." "No problem. I'll go hunting tomorrow. Is there anything I can help you with now?" Bian Changxi watched them chat quietly for a while, smiled slightly, and brought out a full bucket of water for them to use. Everyone knew she had water now, but because she didn't release water directly and always brought it out in buckets or basins, they assumed she had stored a lot of water early on. Bian Changxi didn't correct them. Compared to the bizarre ability of having inexhaustible water, being a limited reservoir was a safer position to take. It prevented everyone from relying on her too much and becoming lazy. She poured water into 2 basins and waved her hand. "And Ron, come wash your face." At the same time, she grabbed milk to wash the mud off its paws. Compared to the harmonious atmosphere here, the room next door was noisy. After a while, Chu Hao returned with a conflicted expression and said to everyone, Baldy Chiang was staying in a classroom all by himself. Chai Zhang probably felt sorry for him and asked him to come over and eat, but his brothers have strong objections. He paused. "Should we send some food over?" "Oh?" Chen Guanqing asked. "Why are they objecting?" "Because there isn't enough food, of course." Chu Hao, as the warehouse, knew exactly how much Chai Zhang owned. That little bit of food isn't enough for the 8 of them for 3 days. Now adding another mouth, it's no wonder some people are unhappy. Then why should we send things over? We have few people and a lot of supplies. Chen Guanqing shook his head. Your logic is flawed. Because we are rich, we must help the poor. Then there would be no wealth gap in this world. Besides, you say we have a lot of supplies, but who knows how long this journey will take. Like Miss Bian said, once we get to Sioux City, we'll need supplies for networking and living expenses. Which part doesn't require the materials we have on hand? We have to calculate our days carefully too. How you should meddle less in other people's business in the future. These words were quite heavy, but it was because of their close relationship. He wouldn't have pointed out the flaws so directly to anyone else. Although Bian Changxi agreed with Chen Guanqing's point of view, the indifference and excessive matter-of-factness in his tone made her frown. She was about to speak when she had a sudden epiphany and realized a serious issue. Chen Guanqing was no longer depressed and was even planning for the future. That meant he would absolutely not let Chu Hao be a Mr. Nice Guy anymore. Then, what about the #1 tycoon of Sioux City? If Chu Hao was no longer that tycoon Chu, where would his network come from? Where would his favors come from? Wasn't that what she came for in the first place? If Chu Hao listened to Chen, Guanqing, and everything, he would end up being just an ordinary space system user. What was so rare about that? Oh no, a miscalculation. Seeing Chu Hao move his lips as if he wanted to say something but stopped, she thought for a moment and asked, what was Chai Zhang's reaction? He suppressed the dissatisfaction and hosted Baldy Chiang very enthusiastically. That explains it. Bian Changxi lowered her voice while drying milk. They are putting on a show. Baldy Chiang isn't completely without supplies. At first, he could hold out, but eventually, after eating and drinking everything, he would have to turn his gaze to others. Of the 5 of us, 4 are ability users. He won't fight us head-on, so he can only pick the softer target, Chai Zhang. Since he's going to be exploited either way, it's better to take the initiative to show goodwill. That's what Chai Zhang is thinking, right? But there's a big difference between fawning and offering help in a time of need, after suppressing public opinion. Chu Hao was stunned, then relieved. Then we don't need to get involved, right? Of course we don't get involved. What standing do we have to manage others? Bian Changxi glanced at Chen Guanqing. However, we were able to come to the kindergarten because of Baldy Chiang's reminder. We should still thank him. 2 cans of mixed congee appeared in her hand. Trouble you to give this to Baldy Chiang for me. One shouldn't be a bleeding heart, but one shouldn't be cold-blooded right off the bat either. She believed that with Chu Hao's nature, as long as he wasn't brainwashed, he could still create a future for himself. Sure enough, Chu Hao went happily. He had wanted to help but didn't dare, fearing his companions would say he was wasting supplies. Indeed, Chen Guanqing had objected immediately. But with Bian Changxi putting it this way, it helped the guy, gave a good reason not to intervene in the dispute between Baldy Chiang and Chai Zhang, and showed that their group was grateful and friendly, not soft and easily bullied. It was perfect. He believed Miss Bian's original intention was still to help Baldy Chiang. After all, the man was injured and only had that small backpack with him. It looked quite pathetic. As soon as Chu Hao left, Chen Guanqing sighed. Miss Bian, my old classmate, is usually sharp, but whenever he meets someone pitiful, he thinks of his past self and gets soft-hearted too easily. This nature cannot be indulged. Bian Changxi shook her head. Being a bleeding heart is bad, but I think Chu Hao has a sense of propriety. Don't you think keeping a softer mindset is also quite good? Chen Guanqing thought for a moment. You're right. After dinner and discussing the plan for the next day, everyone went to sleep early. Starting tonight, they would take turns on night watch. Tonight, it was Bian Changxi's turn on her side. This was her own idea because she knew that tonight, most animals, plants, and zombies would be resting to prepare for tomorrow's collective strengthening. They would be exceptionally quiet. Unless there was a major movement, there would be no danger. She didn't need to stare constantly, which gave her a chance to enter her space. Otherwise, she wouldn't find any other time. She moved a chair and sat at the classroom door holding milk, facing the pitch-black courtyard. The slides and other equipment where toddlers used to play were just blurry outlines, making terrifying noises when the wind blew. On Chai Zhang's side, the guard was a skinny young man Bian Changxi didn't know. He was wearing 2 long-sleeved t-shirts and a hooded vest on top, shivering from the cold. He grinned at her. Bian Changxi handed him a men's cotton coat. Wear this. If you freeze, the second half of the night will be hard to endure. I want to check the perimeter. Could you please keep an eye on this classroom? The young man nodded gratefully. Sure. Sure. You go ahead. If anything happens, I'll shout immediately. Thanks. Bian Changxi disappeared into the darkness, looked around, and entered her space. On the same night, at the base 1,000 miles away, the city walls towered high and the gates were tightly shut. However, beneath the walls, tents and cloth shelters were packed one after another. Some survivors simply hugged their bundles and slept in the open. The cold wind was freezing, stronger and colder than usual. They wore every piece of clothing they had, their faces weathered and miserable. Those asleep sniffled even in their dreams, curling themselves into balls. Those awake stared blankly at the starry sky, cursing or gazed into the thick, murky distance, praying to survive the night so they could enter the city tomorrow, rent a room, or even find a small corner. Building a small shed would be better than being stuck here, exposed to the elements. Suddenly, 2 figures approached from the distance. The one on the left front wore a long trench coat that billowed in the wind. Even in the night where faces were unclear, his upright figure was like a heavy sword, strong, restrained, calm, and determined, cast with an iron will. His sharp gaze swept over the survivors on the right, looking at them one by one, as if searching for someone, unwilling to overlook a single person. Someone asked in confusion, "What are those 2 doing?" A person nearby replied, "You must have just arrived today, right?" "Ha, I've been here for 3 days, and I see them every night. I heard from the people up front that they are looking for someone, a person they got separated from on the road. They really have heart then. Every day I hear people shouting about who they lost, but I've never seen anyone come out in the middle of the night, braving this knife-like wind to search. You call that having heart? Brother, you're too naive. Would you believe me if I told you they've been searching like this for 2 months? Another person chimed in. And it's not just that. I heard that the list of names and appearances of everyone entering the city each day has to be reviewed by this person. People returning from missions are interrogated about whether they've seen a short-haired girl around 20. It's gotten to the point where all the girls now love to cut their hair short. And coming out in the middle of the night to search, ordinary people really can't do that. Don't you know there's a curfew as soon as it gets dark in the base? Wandering around without a special reason leads to a fine at best, or expulsion at worst. Leaving the base is even more impossible. Hearing you say that, these 2 must have quite a background. The person who asked perked up. Seeing the 2 were still far away, he whispered, "So who exactly are they looking for?" "I don't know if the one in the back has a background, but the one in front definitely does. Sometimes he brings people, but mostly he comes alone for a stroll." Those gatekeeper warriors, who usually act like they own the place, don't dare let out a fart when they see him. They call him team leader, but the respect they show is on par with seeing a corps commander. As for who they're looking for, no name has been released. We only know it's a short-haired woman, around 20, from Jiang City. But with no news for so long, she's probably dead, her bones picked clean. She should have reincarnated by now. Exactly. While they were joking, a chill suddenly rushed from the soles of their feet to their skulls. They turned their heads and saw a pair of narrow, pitch-black eyes, seemingly devoid of any human emotion, glowing faintly in the night. They were instantly scared into trembling, shrinking their heads desperately to make themselves invisible. Tonight, Qiu Feng was following Gu Shu because he had matters to report. Since he had dragged it out until this late, he joined the daily routine walk outside the base. Qiu Feng frowned and reminded him in a low voice, Vice Commander who has complained many times, and the base's higher-ups have expressed dissatisfaction with you coming out every night. You should restrain yourself a bit. If something happens like last time, they'll have more to say. Hearing that they were looking for such a person, many women had cut their hair or pretended to be young, showing up at their door one by one. Of course, those people were met with cold expulsion. One woman, indignant after being kicked out, cursed vulgarly in the street. Later, she happened to be picked up by their rival for amusement. That rival had said, if you want a prostitute, just get a prostitute. It's fine to have kinks. Why pretend to be high and mighty? Who knows how many pretty girls he's chosen in secret? I bet he's enjoying himself early on. Such words could have been ignored. Mouths belong to other people, and plenty of people in the base were jealous of them. Who would speak well of them in private? But that person wasn't satisfied with just saying it. He had to bring it into the open, teasing Gu Shu like a brother. And Gu Shu didn't explode on the spot, but caught an opportunity later to retaliate ruthlessly. Since then, the situation had escalated, and they were walking on thin ice in the Sioux City base. Gu Shu paused upon hearing this, retracted his gaze, and continued forward silently. Since arriving at the base, he had demanded to know who entered and what they looked like every day. And since survivors began stagnating outside the base, he came over every day to look. Although he knew that with Bian Changxi's ability, it was impossible for her to arrive and not be able to enter the gate, or to foolishly wait outside for processing, instead of finding a way to contact him after hearing of his deeds. But if he didn't come out to look, his heart wouldn't settle. At first, it was worry and hope. Gradually, this became his habit. Seeing the lives these refugee-like survivors led, he would imagine how Bian Changxi was surviving alone. Seeing them sleeping in the wind, exposed to the sun and rain, dying from blood coagulation due to the scorching sun or fingers falling off from frostbite in the cold night, his heart would chill. The world was so cruel that even a young, strong man couldn't guarantee survival outside, let alone a slender, pale girl. Of course, that was what he thought in the first month. Later and now, he had gradually accepted the result that she was gone. Even if she wasn't dead, the fact that she hadn't come for so long meant she might have gone elsewhere. In this world, separation, whether in life or death, often meant never seeing each other again. He was used to life and death. Loved ones, respected teachers, and close comrades had all fallen before him. Yet, he couldn't let go of Bian Changxi's departure. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw that headless giant snake and the piles of mashed flesh. His stomach would ache until he couldn't swallow. Even though Shadow later said that given the situation, Bian Changxi shouldn't have been swallowed by the snake, the symptoms didn't improve much. He thought about it for a long time. He felt it was probably because, with family and comrades, there was a mutual mental preparedness for sacrifice. But Bian Changxi was just an ordinary girl who had shown him kindness. Her life shouldn't have ended like that. It was his fault. If he hadn't been so impatient to explore her secrets, if he hadn't let her leave his side, if he had paid more attention to those who wished her harm, if he had more power in his hands, if he had returned a moment earlier that day. Gu Shu sighed inwardly and pinched the bridge of his nose. It was time to face reality. When he opened his eyes again, they were clear as water. The gloomy, dark Gu Shu from a moment ago seemed like an illusion. Did you say the number of people falling ill increased again today? Yes. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyang discovered it in time and isolated everyone under the pretext of secret training. But including today, the number of sick people has exceeded 500. If this continues, I'm afraid we can't hide it for long. By then, the news that 550,000 people from Jiang City were infected with a strange illness that spread rapidly would fly everywhere. They, who had just gained a foothold, would be driven out of the base and quarantined, with the high-level managers bearing the brunt. Gu Shu curled his lips in a cold sneer. Any news from Chu Shangjin? The people monitoring him reported that his behavior has indeed been abnormal recently. He often meets with some unknown people. According to the investigation, those people are marginalized researchers who want to enter the base's research system but have no connections. One of them, named Chu Yi, is the one who published the paper on the classification and grading of crystal cores last week. He was a research fanatic before the apocalypse, interested in everything, Chiu Feng said. We are investigating whether the strange illness is their handiwork. Additionally, Lu Xiaoyang has led people to research a cure, but there hasn't been much progress. Our medical resources are almost exhausted, and the base is withholding distribution to us. Lu Xiaoyang can't even gather materials for experiments. He wants to open a traditional Chinese medicine garden to grow some herbs. The casualties on the road were too heavy. Even though they risked their lives to rob 2 hospitals later, the resources were quickly consumed due to the massive population base. Now that industrial production had stopped, no new drugs were being produced. All factions were eating into their savings. Originally, if they were willing to exchange medical resources for general supplies, everyone could have supported each other for a while. But a few days ago, those people heard some rumors, and all drugs on the market were taken off the shelves and stored away. Now, it was hard to buy even a bottle of ordinary disinfectant. Planting Chinese medicine was a solution, but distant water couldn't quench a nearby fire. Gu Shu was silent for a while. Is the wood element team holding it together now? Yes. Wood types can control the progression of the illness, but they can't prevent or cure it. And after several consecutive days, they are also a bit fatigued. Physical fatigue was manageable, but the strict ban on their communication with the outside world, combined with psychological panic and unease, had caused people's minds to waver. By the way, that wood element user named Wei Xiaodong is quite outstanding. The patients she's responsible for are showing slight signs of improvement. It's just that she's raising the price and demanding better treatment, right? Gu Shu finished for him. He knew very well it wasn't just about treatment. Ever since Bian Changxi, a powerful wood user, set a precedent, the status of wood types and medical personnel had begun to rise. The series of casualties on the road cemented their privileged status, making this sector almost the most important one. But the impropriety started in the last 2 months. Unknown when it began, wood types became lawless. Anyone with a little ability treated themselves as a savior, acting high and mighty towards patients, waiting for people to kneel and beg before they were satisfied. They looked down on other workers, acting as if they were noble and great while others weren't fit to carry their shoes. Over time, the entire culture had been corrupted. The first few black sheep were Chu Shangjin's people. At that time, having just entered the base, Gu Shu was overwhelmed with heavy affairs and didn't pay attention to this side. Later, when he realized and dealt with those people, the atmosphere had already formed. Unless there was an extremely outstanding and powerful wood user to lead them into submission, otherwise. Wood types were truly the hardest people to coerce. A simple "I've done my best" could block you completely. If Bian Changxi were still here. Gu Shu closed his eyes and said, if they want better treatment, let them go ask Hu Ich Wan. As the chief commander, he can't just ignore everything. If he wants to drag us down, he has to see if he can keep his own hands clean. Chu Shangjin, unwilling to have his power seized, launched a roundabout counterattack, vicious and hateful. He not only administered drugs, but also greeted the upper echelons of the base. Those people didn't necessarily appreciate Chu Shangjin more than Gu Shu. They just didn't want a foreign team to be so large and united. The fiercer the infighting here, the happier they were. So, they were very willing to do Chu Shangjin some harmiliterous favors. This made things complicated, which was why Gu Shu had been enduring so much. Furthermore, another reason he hadn't made a move was that Hu Ichuan's attitude had always been ambiguous. Hu Ichuan, now the nominal supreme leader of the Jiang City group, was the most treacherous and slippery of them all. When Chu Shangjin was pulled down overnight by Gu Shu, the Jiang City military region was leaderless. As the second in command, he ascended rightfully, secretly concentrating military power and reaping all the benefits. Now that Chu Shangjin was counterattacking, Hu appeared to support Gu Shu on the surface. But when it came to substantive deployment, he made all sorts of excuses, wearing a look of incompetence and guilt all day long. Then he would turn around and put on an innocent face to Chu Shangjin. He was helping neither side and offending neither side, clearly intending to sit back and watch the two fight it out. How could Gu Shu not be angry? Without Hu Ichuan's assistance, he had no army. His title was somewhat illegitimate. Although he held considerable real power, without a strong armed foundation, everything was just smoke and mirrors. Once lost, what awaited him was not a beautiful retreat, but the bleak fate of the vanquished. Chu Shangjin still had his past prestige, not much power, but not none. Not many people, but not completely isolated. A head-on collision would be a fierce battle. Hu Ichuan probably wanted to play the fisherman who profits while the snipe and clam fight, didn't he? If you are unkind, I will be unjust. Since Hu Ichuan's attitude was confirmed, Gu Shu wasn't one to drag his feet. He had long planned to cast him aside and act alone. So Chiu Feng wasn't too surprised hearing his words and asked in a low voice, "Are we really withdrawing our people?" They had always held onto the wood element and medical system tightly because of their special status. Isn't this exactly what they want? Everyone thinks this sector is a sweet pastry. Chu Shangjin wants it so badly, so I'll give it to Hu Ichuan. Doesn't Hu Ichuan want to sit firmiliturcy on the fishing platform? Let's see if he can sit still when he realizes it's a hot potato. Gu Shu said, "It just so happens that Lu Xiaoyang wants to start a Chinese medicine garden. We'll concentrate our energy on that." Chiu Feng thought about it and smiled. Lu Xiaoyang was Hu Ichuan's direct subordinate, and their background connection wasn't shallow. But these days, Lu Xiaoyang had been busy researching new drugs and had too much contact with Gu Shu. In the eyes of outsiders, it looked like he was leaning this way. Plus, his proposal for the medicine garden was rejected by Hu Ichuan, so the two were currently at odds. Releasing Hu Ichuan and pulling in Lu Xiaoyang. Combined with the fact that they had been managing things for over 2 months, it would be all too easy to cause trouble for Hu Ichuan after he took over the medical system. Hu Ichuan likely wouldn't have the leisure to watch the show anymore. Then they could concentrate their forces to solve Chu Shangjin's problem. Grab a few people from Chu Yi's side and interrogate them clearly. I'll pay a visit to Chu Nan later. Gu Shu's eyes were icy. I want to see if Chu Shangjin will be anxious now that his own son has fallen ill. Suddenly, a gust of wild wind picked up. Gu Shu looked into the distance. Do you feel that tonight is particularly unusual? Since nightfall, I haven't heard the roars of those mutant beasts. Chiu Feng listened and smiled bitterly. I can't sense anything, but the wind has picked up. People stay indoors, so maybe those things do too. That was one way to put it, but Gu Shu had a bad feeling. There seemed to be an unstable factor in the surroundings, agitating the ability energy within his body. Suddenly, a drop of water landed on his eyebrow. Then, rain poured down like a deluge, turning the world white in an instant. The survivors outside the base were stunned for a moment, then began shouting and packing their things. Helplessly, there was no shelter under the city wall. Those close to the gate began to bang on it vigorously. It was already so cold tonight. If they were drenched in rain all night, how many hungry and exhausted people would survive? Some people saw Gu Shu and his companion and swarmed over, crying and begging. Qiu Feng saw the situation was bad. Let's go back. Although he felt it was inhumane to bar people outside, this was the Sioux City base's affair. As outsiders, they didn't have much say in the base yet and couldn't do anything. Gu Shu, however, frowned. Ignoring the rain, he looked up at the bleak black sky. The rain stung his eyes painfully. He reached out and caught a handful, rubbing it between his fingertips. Suddenly, his expression changed. This rain isn't right. Don't get soaked. Both of them immediately flipped up their hoods. Gu Shu shouted the same warning to the crowd, but amidst the roaring rain, running and shouting, few heard him. He simply said to Qiu Feng, "You go in first. Tell the gatekeeper, Senior Colonel Xiang Ting, to send people to maintain order. Also, tell him to report to his superiors to see if these people can be allowed into the base first." Qiu Feng also began to feel the rain was bone-chillingly cold. After being drenched, he felt unwell, his movements and senses becoming sluggish. He didn't dare delay. Be careful yourself. There were quite a few people taking advantage of the chaos to rob others, but Gu Shu had no intention of intervening. He was just one person. He couldn't manage it all. He stayed only to prevent uncontrollable stampedes or killings. Watching the people shivering from being soaked, he suddenly realized that many would likely fall ill after this rain. It would be another massive consumption of medicine. For the people of Jiang City who lacked medicine, it would be another catastrophe, while the factions hoarding drugs would inevitably make a fortune. Wait. Hoarding, speculation, monopoly, profiteering. Gu Shu's eyes flashed sharply. He suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Suddenly, a figure stumbled and fell towards him. He subconsciously reached out to catch the person. A girl fell into his arms and looked up in surprise. Thank you. Her face was delicate and small, pale and fragile like a pear blossom after rain. Her black pupils were filled with watery light, yet held a childish stubbornness. Her fine, wet hair stuck to her slender, graceful neck and shoulders. One glance was enough to arouse a desire to protect. Gu Shu glanced at her and helped her up. You're welcome. The girl wiped the rain from her face. She only had a canvas bag on her back. A plastic trolley case lay tipped over on the ground, the clothes and items inside falling into the muddy water, dirty beyond recognition. She hurriedly squatted down to pick them up. Her soaked clothes clung to her body, revealing her curves. Under the dim searchlight of the city wall, she presented a strangely seductive beauty. Amidst the chaos, men nearby and far away didn't forget to cast greedy glances, casually directing jealousy at Gu Shu. Gu Shu's eyes turned cold imperceptibly. Suddenly, his gaze landed on an ID card. He bent down to pick it up. UNHWA Entertainment Technology Co. Limited. The girl packed her things and stood up. Yes, that was the company I worked for before the apocalypse. Who was your boss? Oh, our boss was named Ju UNHWA. Ju UNHWA. Gu Shu narrowed his eyes and returned the ID card to her. Take care of yourself. Then he left. The girl stood in the rain holding the ID card, staring blankly at his retreating back. She looked at the name Wenmingli on the ID card and muttered, did he get the wrong focus? She had dropped the ID card so he would remember her name, so why did he care about Ju UNHWA? Could it really be the natural hostility of love rivals? No, I've prepared for so long and finally found a chance. I even deliberately made myself look this pathetic. I absolutely cannot give up halfway. I must capture this #1 strongest man before Bian Changxi arrives. At the very least, I must make him remember me. Perhaps everyone thought Bian Changxi was dead, but when Mingli was absolutely the one who didn't believe it. With a space in her possession, she could survive a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Moreover, she had already killed old Zhang. How could she be swallowed by a half-dead snake? When Mingli recalled the information she had only recently finished collecting, there was no helping it. Very few people knew the inside story, and everyone else had a different version. Since the people from Jiang City were intentionally or unintentionally isolated, it was hard to get complete information. But the more she knew, the more alarmed she became. In this life, Gu Shu hadn't lost his comrades. Although 2 of the 5 were still disabled, they were all alive and well. And he actually held a high position within the Jiang City group. In her previous life, he hadn't achieved much on the Jiang City side. Upon arriving at the base, he was absorbed by the local administrative management system. Her previous plans were all targeted at that scenario. But now, Gu Shu had almost no connection with the base authorities, let alone integrating into the interior. This made almost all her efforts go down the drain. She had struggled to reorganize her plans. At the same time, she understood things deeper, turning her confidence into uncertainty. Too many things had changed. Gu Shu was no longer that Gu Shu who struggled to move forward, suffered the loss of friends and family, and was cold, depressed, and unapproachable. The plan to offer grace and share adversity was obviously impossible to implement. What drove her craziest was that Bian Changxi had met Gu Shu so early, and their relationship was quite good. The treasures and feelings she wanted, Bian Changxi had possessed them all in the previous life. The opportunities and fate she dreamed of, Bian Changxi had snatched first in this life too. What was so good about that woman? She was stupid enough to abandon Gu Shu for Zhu Yunhwa, and eventually even lost her life. Why did God favor her so much? Fortunately, if a person's luck is too good, even heaven gets jealous. Isn't she missing now? When Mingli had already placed spies around the base. Once the person was found, Bian Changxi, who was said to be favored and envied by the unprincipled heaven, was sitting under the eaves, watching the rain that seemed ready to annihilate the world. She checked her watch. It was just past midnight. This rain would continue until dawn, then until dark, followed by an eternally bright moonlight. She remembered that in her previous life, due to this event, not to mention zombies, mutant beasts, and plants, many human survivors died. Some died from the cold, some from fever, and some with good constitutions unfortunately contracted strange diseases and suffered for a while before dying. It was a long time before the base figured out that the rain contained certain special substances, researched the pathogenesis of various diseases, and administered targeted drugs, which subsequently caused a massive drug shortage. At this moment, everyone in Sioux City probably didn't know that the Grim Reaper had descended upon their heads. Of course, it wasn't just the Grim Reaper, but also the goddess of luck. For ability users, the benefits of this rain outweighed the harm. Far more people had their abilities strengthened than died. A very, very small portion of ordinary people also found a blessing in disguise and gained abilities. If there was a reborn person, they would likely make a move around the time of this rain, right? Unfortunately, she was too far away. Otherwise, it would have been a perfect opportunity to catch them. She reached out, and her palm immediately caught a handful of rain. She brought it close to smell it. She didn't find anything strange, but her ability, which had been restless earlier, became even more agitated. The others were awakened by the sound of the rain and came out to look, amazed. This rain is really heavy. If it doesn't stop tomorrow, we won't be able to leave, right? Even if it stops, there will be a lot of standing water on the ground, right? Everyone discussed it spiritedly, then praised Bian Changxi for her foresight. Ordinary houses couldn't withstand such wind and rain. It's so cold. Let's chop up the tables and chairs to burn for warmth. There are a lot of small quilts in the corner where the children nap. Bring them all over. Damn, the car can't get ruined. Drive it to higher ground, Chai slapped his thigh and said. Seeing everyone about to run, Bian Changxi reminded them out of humanitarianism, put the car into the space. This rain isn't right. It's best not to get wet, especially for non-ability users whose resistance isn't strong. If you can hide, hide. Although it was an opportunity, considering the high death rate, few would be willing to take the risk. The rain fell harder and harder, until only the roar of the downpour remained in the world. The day was almost as dark as night. By the afternoon of the next day, all the windows were shaken loose by the wind, rattling loudly. Rainwater flowed down the cracks, making the whole classroom damp and cold. The accumulated water outside had reached the roots of their thighs. If the classroom foundation hadn't been high, the water would have flowed in. By this time, the bad situation had already occurred. George and Enron began to have fevers. On the other side, half of Chai Zhang's 8 men collapsed. Ironically, the injured Baldy Chang was safe and sound. Bian Changxi also had a headache and dizziness. Her bones ached faintly, her breath was hot, and she felt lazy and unwilling to move. She was extremely sleepy. Although she was hungry, she had no appetite to eat. She combed through her body with energy over and over again. Finding it beneficial, she persevered. When she felt a bit better, she used the same method on George and Enron. They suffered like this until the latter half of the night, when the 3 of them finally took a turn for the better. Are you finally okay? Chu Hao hadn't closed his eyes out of worry. He quickly served hot porridge. The 3 of them finished it in a few gulps as soon as they held the bowls, even the usually reserved and careful Enron. They were truly starving. George drank several bowls in a row before putting down the bowl and saying excitedly, "I feel my energy has become stronger." As he spoke, he flicked his hand. A column of air surged out with a whistle. The aluminum alloy window shattered in response, and the shockwave even shook the surrounding tables and chairs. Chu Hao's eyes widened. So powerful. Did you advance and tear? He asked George, but his eyes were on Bian Changxi. The concept of advancing tiers was mentioned by Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi thought for a moment. You should have broken through to tier 2. George cheered. His ability, which was said to be the air system, had depressed him for a long time. Although it was called an ability, apart from fanning wind when it was hot, it seemed to have no other use. Like the wind system, it seemed they could send out blade-like things from the start. Wind was clearly air too, so why couldn't he send out blades? Now that he finally had power, he wouldn't have to hide behind everyone all the time, right? Several people looked at Bian Changxi. Chen Guanqing asked Miss Bian, "Did you also have a breakthrough?" Bian Changxi smiled and shook her head. Going from tier 2 to tier 3 isn't that easy. I'm still quite a way off. Everyone was a bit disappointed, but not overly so. After all, Bian Changxi was already far ahead of them. They looked at Enron again. Enron shrank back shyly. I didn't feel any energy. As if afraid everyone would be unhappy, she slowly added, but I seem to be able to see the people in the classroom next door. X-ray vision. Chen Guanqing's eyes lit up. Chu Hao pointed at the wall. You can see through it. Not see through. And Ron closed her eyes. It's like seeing. There are 9 people over there. 4 are sitting, 1 is leaning, and 4 are lying down. But among the people lying down. She opened her eyes and looked at Bian Changxi anxiously. 2 are gray, as if they are already dead. Chu Hao was stunned. He quickly got up and went next door. He returned very soon, nodding with a solemn face. Indeed, 2 have passed away. They only realized it when I went to check their breathing. 2 people died at once. This news was too shocking, diluting the joy brought by Chu Hao's breakthrough and Enron gaining an ability. Then, sounds of mourning and grief came from next door. Bian Changxi looked at the terrifyingly bright moon outside the window and said, "Let's go take a look." She didn't arrive too late. With her wood element support, the remaining 2 sick people ultimately didn't die. One fully recovered 2 days later and gained a speed ability. The other continued to have a low fever, speaking nonsense and groaning in pain when lucid. Within 2 days, he was nothing but skin and bones. Eventually, Chai Zhang gave him one of his few remaining bullets. He smiled and said he wanted to save these bullets for his brothers and himself. This way of dying was quick and painless, but Bian Changxi saw the grief in his eyes. That was a story for later. When Bian Changxi finished the treatment and came out, the sky was already bright. The water on the ground had mostly dried, leaving behind a mess of mud, gravel, tree branches, and all sorts of garbage, wood, and bricks. There was simply no place to step. Outside the kindergarten, the green belt plants had shot up significantly. They were intertwined and twisted, looking very bizarre and ferocious. They surrounded the kindergarten, making it look like a corner of a primeval, desolate jungle. Heavens, is this still the main gate? Chu Hao followed her out and was speechless, pointing at the kindergarten gate. It was covered in messy vines, making the original shape unrecognizable. Many branches and leaves had even climbed over the high walls around them. The corners of the walls had cracked, with clumps of dark green plants drilling out. Bian Changxi kicked away 2 broken bricks, took a running start on the ground, leaped onto the top of the wall, and then jumped onto the pillar by the gate. She squatted halfway down and looked down. Everyone came out and asked, "How is it? Is it okay outside?" Bian Changxi nodded. Fortunately, the terrain here is open. The surroundings are steel and concrete, so the space for plants to grow is limited. However, the bad news is, without competition, these green belts have grown. Very massive. Looking out, the greenery and street trees on both sides of the road had practically become demonized. They were twisted and crooked, their roots protruding from the surrounding cement. Thick stems and leaves covered a wide area of the road. Walking would likely be difficult. And that was assuming the plants didn't move. If they could actively attack people. Suddenly, Enron screamed. Bian Changxi looked down and saw a stem curling toward her calf. She drew her tang sword and severed it with one chop. Roar, the ground beneath her feet trembled, as if something was howling underground. Then, all the branches and leaves around her began to move, sweeping toward her crazily like monster tentacles. Bian Changxi swung her sword, chopping off several roots in succession, but was ultimately forced to flip backward and jump down. The things wanted to chase her. She gave a low shout and released a thick, sturdy giant vine carrying the momentum of raging fire and frost, whipping it horizontally. The wooden tentacles were instantly snapped, debris raining down. The remaining broken branches paused in the air, then slowly retracted. Bian Changxi curled her lip, trying to run. Her giant vine split into 7 or 8 thin vines in the blink of an eye, chasing and entangling the broken branches one by one. A white glow spread inch by inch along the outer layer, appearing to freeze the opponent. Sensing this dangerous aura of icy dominance, the thing underground howled even more violently. The ground rolled like waves, as if something was trying to escape. The surrounding mutant vines, as well as the vines wrapped around the gate, abandoned their positions and whipped toward Bian Changxi even more violently. Chen Guanqing acted immediately. He shot a pitch-black ball. Black flames instantly ignited on several vines in the air, burning, or rather, corroding them into wisps of ash in a split second. George wasn't slow either. 2 columns of air blasted away several vines. Without the external pressure, Bian Changxi exerted force with her hand, twisting the captured broken branches into a lump. The opponent panicked even more, trying to escape. She used the momentum to pull herself onto the pillar. Looking down from above, she immediately found the spot where the ground outside was fluctuating the most violently. The white glow penetrated down, and her wood energy followed, locating a ball-like life form 2 meters underground. The white glow completely covered the life form, leaving it nowhere to run. The green energy entangled and fought with the opponent's energy, keeping it occupied. The red light in the center probed everywhere, seemingly trying to find the opponent's fatal point to destroy it in one blow, but it couldn't succeed. Bian Changxi's face turned pale. Blue veins throbbed on her temples, and the veins and tendons on her left arm bulged ferociously. Clearly, the ability to control 3 attribute energies separately, which she had only gained last night, was still very immature. She almost felt a drowning sensation of losing control. Bang! She tilted her head, and a bullet shattered a vine that was whipping toward her forehead. Her blockade had a momentary gap. The life form saw the opportunity and fiercely thrust a huge, wooden spike up from the ground. However, just as the wooden spike emerged, a sledgehammer the size of a clay pot arrived in time and smashed it to pieces. Chai Zhang, a strength type, had just wanted to celebrate when the ground beneath his feet gave way, and he fell in. Careful! Chu Hao didn't even think before diving to grab him. The result was that he was dragged down with him without suspense. Chen Guanqing, who ran out the gate right after them, widened his eyes. Chu Hao. Bian Changxi gritted her teeth and said to him, "Your energy, corrode it down there." Chen Guanqing nodded. He reached out and hugged the spot where Bian Changxi's vine and the opponent's mutant vine were intertwined. The extreme cold to the touch almost made him shiver. The next moment, black energy poured down like cement. In just a few breaths, a miserable shriek came from underground. The ground shook as if in an earthquake, then everything gradually calmed down. Bian Changxi let go and held her waist, panting a few times. Everyone helped dig them out. Chai Zhang's 4 mobile brothers swarmed up. Chen Guanqing and George also helped. Baldi Qiang walked over slowly, holding his waist. Bian Changxi turned her head and said to him, "Thanks." He was the one who fired that shot just now. Although she could have dodged without it, she couldn't ignore the favor. Baldi Qiang said, "I was just helping myself. If something happened to you, this group would fall apart." A shout came from over there. "Found them! Found them!" Both of them went to look. In the 2-meter deep hole, Chu Hao and Chai Zhang were squeezed together, practically turned into mudmen. Fortunately, neither seemed seriously injured. Chu Hao was clutching a white crystal core in his hand. That thing was melted, leaving this behind. "Pull us up." Chen Guanqing said grumpily, "Can't you teleport?" "Come up yourself." "Boo-hoo, my legs are weak from fear." Everyone had to work together to pull the 2 up. Leaving them to clean up, Bian Changxi grimaced, realizing her back molars and gums were sore and painful. She had clenched her teeth too hard just now. She could taste blood. She looked at the other mutant plants around. She knew very well that the one they just solved was the strongest here. Capture the ringleader to catch the bandits. Once that one was killed, these small fry wouldn't dare to act rashly. Sure enough, their momentum was wilting, and even the branches and leaves extending over the wall quietly retracted. Milk came running back from somewhere, a smear of blood on its mouth, looking lazy and satisfied. It whined from 2 meters away, wanting to jump on Bian Changxi. She quickly held up her palm. "Stop right there, you're filthy." "Whoa." Milk rubbed against her pant leg. She squatted down and patted its head. "Who did you go plague this time?" There were only mutant plants here and no animals, which was naturally Milk's doing. Seeing it like this, it must have targeted some mutant beast and hunted it. Thinking of this cat-sized little guy chasing and biting those big hulks, Bian Changxi felt it was quite funny. At the same time, she noticed that after this exercise, the guy's physique had become much sturdier, its fur thicker, radiating agility and power. Milk closed its eyes, enjoying her petting, then tore at her sleeve, sniffing at her left hand, purring in its throat. Bian Changxi twitched the corner of her mouth. "Aren't you full? Still greedy?" She took out a carton of milk and gave it to him. His ears perked up, and he became lively again, picking up the milk carton and trotting off to the side. Bian Changxi looked at his waddling belly and sighed gloomily. Was she spoiling this guy too much? Giving him whatever he wanted to eat or drink? In just 2 days, his little belly had grown out again, and his neck had become fleshy. Although this was cute, as a spirit beast with such a good physical advantage, it was better to raise him to be fit and strong to look majestic. The main thing was, he exercised every day, so why wasn't the fat going down? After studying it for a while, the others came out after cleaning up. Bian Changxi picked up the white core and said, "This is a Tier 2 crystal core. The energy is sufficient to equal 10 Tier 1 cores. How do you plan to divide it?" Everyone looked at each other. Chu Hao and his group didn't have any ideas, and Baldy Chiang had nothing to say. Chai Zhang was a bit envious, but thinking that he hadn't really contributed any effort, he felt it wasn't right to speak up. Bian Changxi looked at the group and slowly began to speak. "If no one has anything to say, then I'll start. Crystal cores are very important in the apocalypse. There are only a few of us, and I don't want us to have any disagreements over a little profit. From now on, whoever kills something gets the core. For a group effort like today, we'll distribute them based on each person's contribution. Since a single core is hard to split, we'll convert everything to its equivalent value in Tier 1 white cores." She paused for a moment before continuing. "Back when I was with the main convoy, we only had Tier 1 cores, so there was no set exchange rate between Tier 1 and Tier 2. But as ability users, you can all roughly sense the amount of energy. I propose we use that as a temporary standard for exchanges. Any objections?" No one objected. The next step was to distribute the loot based on contribution. Since Bian Changxi had been the one primarily restraining the plant, she took 4 Tier 1 white cores. Chen Guanqing had contributed the second most and delivered the final blow, so he received 3. George and Chai Zhang had also helped, so they each got 1. The last core was for Chai Zhang's 4 brothers. Although they hadn't been very effective, it was a token of appreciation, and Chai Zhang would hold it for them. Bian Changxi provided all these white cores herself. Otherwise, the distribution would have been empty words, and everyone would just be staring at the single Tier 2 core, which would surely lead to friction. Bian Changxi turned to Chu Hao and said, "You." Chu Hao quickly interjected, "I didn't help at all, I just caused trouble for everyone. I can't take 1. I wasn't going to give you 1, and besides, they're all gone anyway." Chai Zhang also chimed in, "Little Chu was trying to save me. I should give you half of my core." The two of them began a back and forth over whether to split the core. Bian Changxi shrugged and walked over to Baldy Chiang. "Thanks for your help. 1 core isn't quite enough to qualify, but here, take this." Baldy Chiang glanced down at the Tier 1 white core. His lips twitched. "I don't need charity. It's the first time we're distributing spoils. Think of it as a good luck charm. Besides, you really did help me out of a jam. This is from my share, so no one else will have an issue with it." Baldy Chiang stared down at her. At nearly 2 meters tall, his presence was imposing, but Bian Changxi was completely unfazed. He finally took the core. He did need it. He had already used up all the ones he had saved. "I'll remember this favor. Is this good for injuries?" Bian Changxi didn't think much of it. Favors were a tricky business. A small kindness could easily breed resentment. Unless it was someone as appealing as Chu Hao, she preferred to keep her distance. She'd leave the role of the good guy to the patient and open-minded Chu Hao. Yes, absorbing energy is the best way for an ability user to heal, provided your body can handle it. Baldy Chiang nodded. "So how do the colored cores convert?" The others looked over as well. Most of them had a few colored cores, but they were like ticking time bombs. In the past 2 months, quite a few people had died from misusing crystal cores. They knew they were useful, but were too afraid to touch them. If Bian Changxi hadn't given them a brief explanation, they would have thought only white cores could be absorbed, and the rest were just for decoration. Coincidentally, aside from Chen Guanqing, everyone here used white cores. Even Chen Guanqing had never used a red core, jumping straight to a black one, which left Bian Changxi unsure of what his elemental attribute truly was. Bian Changxi thought for a moment. As for colored cores, the rate used to be 1 colored for 10 white, but that's a bit exaggerated. If you need to, I'll trade 3 white cores of the same tier for 1 colored core. I need green cores, so I can offer a slightly higher rate for those, but that's it. In the future, if we get colored cores together and need to exchange with me, this will be the ratio. Hearing this, everyone hesitated. Colored cores were rare, and if they had once been worth 10 white cores, they were reluctant to trade them for such a low rate now. They didn't need colored cores themselves, so the temptation of getting a colored core for a few white ones didn't apply to them. As for future group acquisitions that would need conversion and distribution, Bian Changxi was currently the only bank, so they had to go by her word. Bian Changxi didn't mind. Once they reached Sioux City, colored cores wouldn't be so valuable. The exchange rate with white cores would be somewhere between 2 and 4 to 1. Her offer was already fair. In truth, she didn't really want to trade either, or she wouldn't have mentioned the old 1 to 10 rate. If her space hadn't mostly recovered, she wouldn't even have extra white cores to spare, let alone trade them for colored cores of similar energy. She was already offering a good deal. If they didn't believe her, there was nothing she could do. She turned and found Ron sitting on her bedding from last night in the classroom. Bian Changxi went over and sat beside her. "And Ron, can you tell me why you warned me just now? I mean, no one else noticed. How did you spot that branch?" And Ron thought for a moment. "I saw a light underground, and it lit up all the way to that branch. Then I saw it move." "Lit up? I remember last night when you found those 2 dead people, you said they had gone dim. How exactly do you see people?" And Ron closed her eyes. "Everyone is glowing. At that time, I saw that those 2 were gray, which I thought was strange. The moment I felt it was strange, I knew they were dead. There are lots and lots of glowing things around now. That monster plant that attacked you was one of them, but it suddenly became very bright right then." Bian Changxi roughly understood. And Ron's ability was like a kind of infrared vision, able to detect the heat source or some other energy emitted by living things. When a person died, their energy source was gone. The glowing things around them were likely mutant plants and animals. When the Tier 2 mutant plant attacked, it became especially bright. Was it because it was mobilizing its energy, causing a stronger fluctuation or change? To Enron, this registered as a brighter light. This kind of ability was unheard of, but in her past life, sensory and detection abilities were not uncommon. Perhaps she was just ignorant. She thought for a moment. "Then look at me. See if I suddenly get brighter." As she spoke, she activated her ability and sent out a vine. And Ron was silent for a moment, then said uncertainly, "It seems like you did, but also like you didn't." Bian Changxi rubbed her forehead. There was no discernible pattern. If it were an ability that could detect enemies and danger, it would be far more professional and effective than the sensory ability that came with her wood element. And Ron said anxiously, "Sister Bian, am I useless?" "I'll try harder." Bian Changxi wanted to say something comforting, but found the words too cheesy to get out. She offered a few words of reassurance and ended up giving Ron a white core, teaching her how to absorb the energy inside. She decided to try training the girl. If it worked out as she hoped, their journey would be much safer. With the biggest threat eliminated, they had to leave the kindergarten immediately. After a full breakfast, all the large items were stored in Chu Hao's space, and the group set off. They had all arrived by car, but the current road conditions were clearly unsuitable for driving. Only Chai Zhang had managed to find a tricycle for the 2 patients who couldn't walk. Everyone else was on foot. Bian Changxi walked on the right side of the team, Tang sword in hand, constantly alert to her surroundings. She could sense which mutant plants were strong and which were weak, which were dormant and which were active. When she detected powerful and malicious plants, she would warn everyone in advance. They would go around if possible. If not, they had to rely on Chen Guanqing, and the others with offensive abilities to cover their retreat. They moved in fits and starts, never able to relax on the road. They also had to constantly deal with the crisscrossing vines and branches on the ground, which was exhausting. When they finally reached the end of the road, they couldn't even breathe a sigh of relief. Their faces grew even more grim because while the rampant plant growth had subsided, residential buildings now lined the small road. And where there were houses, there were zombies. They could already hear guttural roars, a summons from the god of death. "This path will get us out of the town district quickly." Chu Hao pointed to a fork in the road and whispered a reminder. But there are a lot of plants and trees in the suburbs. Compared to plants and trees, zombies were naturally more terrifying. The group immediately turned. As if sensing something, Bian Changxi glanced back. On top of a 6-story apartment building, a humanoid figure stood, looking like a statue at first glance. But suddenly, its head turned as if it had spotted their group, and it fell backward off the rooftop. Bian Changxi's eyelids twitched, but she didn't hear the expected loud crash. A few seconds later, the vanished figure reappeared on a nearby 2-story building and began a parkour-like dash, rapidly closing in on them. "Oh my god!" Bian Changxi was horrified. She turned and yelled, "Run!" The others had clearly spotted the thing too and took off running. Chai Zhang ordered his men to pedal the tricycle as fast as they could, while the other 3 pushed and pulled, maximizing their speed. Bian Changxi sped up to the front. With a flick of a vine, she launched herself onto the roof of a 3-story building. She half-knelt, raised her rifle, aimed, and fired. The creature moved its head, dodging the bullet. It seemed to glance back, but as it turned its head to look at Bian Changxi, a second, almost simultaneous shot hit it squarely in the head. It fell from the building. "Great, you hit it," Chu Hao said. Bian Changxi jumped down. "It's not dead. Run." What kind of zombie was this? What kind of head did it have? The sound of the bullet entering its skull was wrong. It must have gotten stuck. This was a rifle. Sure enough, the fallen zombie leaped up a moment later, half a bullet sticking out of its forehead. It let out an enraged roar and charged at them with even greater speed and ferocity. Bian Changxi grabbed Chen Guanqing and spoke to him rapidly. He nodded and ran ahead, then grabbed Chu Hao, and the 2 of them suddenly vanished. Bian Changxi broke into a sprint, using her vines to leap and slide, instantly leaving the team hundreds of meters behind. She quickly set up something among the last few buildings on either side of the road, then grabbed a drain pipe on the 3rd floor and yelled to Chai Zhang and the others, "Faster! Run!" The zombie was getting closer. 50 meters, 20-10. The tricycle finally shot past the buildings. The zombie, its foul, yellow-mouthed maw wide open, leaped into the air in pursuit. Bian Changxi's gaze turned cold. With a lift of her left hand, one of several round vines on the ground, almost camouflaged against the dirt, suddenly sprang up. It pulled taut between the 2 buildings, directly blocking the zombie's path. The zombie fell from midair, landing squarely on the vine. The frost-covered vine was as hard as steel, but still retained the resilience of wood. It bore the zombie's weight, dipping slightly before snapping back up, flinging the unprepared zombie into the air. Swish, another vine pulled taut behind it, striking the zombie's back like a whip. It fell again, only for another vine to drag across the ground, pulling diagonally upward between the buildings via ring-shaped anchors embedded in the walls. Enraged, the zombie actively grabbed this vine. This time, it was neither thrown nor knocked away, just left dangling and swaying. The zombie bared its buck teeth in a triumphant grin. Suddenly, a white shadow pounced on its face, clawing wildly. At the same time, a 4th vine whipped up, spiraling around it from head to toe. The zombie was twisted up between 2 vines like the filling in a sandwich. With a flick of her wrist, Bian Changxi snapped both ends of the vines. The zombie sandwich plummeted. The seemingly solid ground below was just a thin layer of dirt, concealing a deep, steep pit. The zombie landed at the bottom of the pit. It was only then that it realized what had happened. Before it could struggle, a basin of liquid was poured down on it, followed by a lit lighter. FWSH, flames roared to life, shooting into the sky. The zombie kicked its legs, still trying to fight, but Bian Changxi threw all her vines down, binding it tightly. Amidst the fire, only its horrific screams could be heard. Chu Hao and Chen Guanqing walked over and looked down, both shaken. That zombie was too powerful. If they had been a second slower, or if any part of the plan had gone wrong, being caught by that thing would have meant a fight to the death. Bian Changxi said to them, "You guys go on ahead. I'll wait for the crystal core." Okay. The two of them didn't hesitate, catching up with Chai Zhang's group. Bian Changxi didn't wait long. Seeing the zombie's strength fading, she lifted it out. One slice of her knife took its head, yielding a Tier 3 red core. She took a breath, her face turning pale as snow. Simultaneously controlling 4 massive vines, with precise calculation and observation, had consumed an immense amount of energy and mental focus. Dealing with zombies was different. There was no room for a prolonged battle. A single mistake, even a small scratch, could have irreversible consequences. It had to be a one-hit kill. She weakly patted Milk, who had come over to lick her. "You're filthy." Milk looked down and saw he was covered in the zombie's rotten flesh. He let out a strange yelp and quickly dove into the bushes to rub himself clean. Seeing no more zombies approaching, Bian Changxi hurried to catch up. The group deliberately chose paths with fewer zombies, which inevitably meant dealing with strange plants and animals. By afternoon, they finally left the Longyue Town area. After traversing a forest-like suburb, they finally saw the silhouette of a highway as dusk fell. By now, everyone was a mess of colors: bloodstains, plant juices, black mud, and yellow dirt. They looked like a tribe of wild people emerging from the mountains. They looked at each other and burst out laughing. "Let's set up camp here." They found a relatively flat area next to the highway, cleared the surroundings, pulled up weeds, and moved rocks. Bian Changxi took out their vehicles from her space. There were only 4 that were still drivable. They were positioned for the easiest access to the highway. She had also collected some wrecked cars along the way, which they now arranged in a circle as a barrier. Probably no other space ability user was as extravagant as her, collecting scrap cars. Chu Hao's space was considered large, but it was crammed with this and that, without enough room for even a single car. He was like Doraemon, constantly pulling things out of his pockets. Whatever was needed, he had it. The sight made everyone feel both amused and touched. Having a space is such a blessing. Otherwise, fleeing with bags big and small. This life would be unbearable. One person's loud sigh was met with a chorus of agreement. Everyone washed up and ate. Wounds were disinfected and bandaged. If that wasn't enough, they'd trouble Bian Changxi for a bit of energy. In short, everything was taken care of quickly before they retreated to their cars and fell asleep. Chai Zhang had 2 cars, which had some empty space since 2 of his men had died. Baldi Qiang had also acquired a formidable-looking, heavily modified off-road vehicle over the past 2 months. Bian Changxi could tell its trunk was packed with supplies. Only a fool like Chu Hao would think he was pitiful. Chu Hao's group had the shabbiest vehicle, an old tractor-like car that Chen Guanqing had found at the last minute. Bian Changxi looked around and saw no place for her to sleep, so she pulled a used Audi from her space's warehouse. There were many new cars in her space, but they were too new and conspicuous. She had just picked up this Audi on the road. Its performance was good in all aspects. She cleaned the back seat, lay down to test it, and found it comfortable. Knock, knock. Someone tapped on the car window. Chu Hao was standing outside. "Miss Bian, could you come check on old Six? Something seems wrong with him." When Bian Changxi saw Chen Guanqing, he had already thrown up twice. He was so pale and weak he couldn't even sit up. He was already terrifyingly thin, and now he looked like a skeleton. He was fine just a moment ago, but he started vomiting after eating. Now he's getting disoriented, Chu Hao said, his brow furrowed with worry. Bian Changxi took a look. It's the aftereffects of ability overdraft. He must have been pushing himself this whole time. Then what do we do? What could they do? Chen Guanqing used black cores, and he needed them to replenish his energy. But black cores were incredibly rare. Finding even one was a stroke of immense luck. While infusing him with wood element energy to sustain him, Bian Changxi frowned and thought. How about we try a white core? If he can't replenish his energy, it's not just bad for his abilities' development. It's dangerous right now. If this happens a few more times, he'll either lose his ability or become an imbecile. It was her oversight. She should have realized earlier that Chen Guanqing couldn't replenish his energy. Digging that trap during the day must have drained him significantly. It's that serious. Chu Hao was aghast. But didn't you say that if the crystal core's attribute doesn't match, it could? It could. It could kill someone. The problem is, his ability is already an anomaly, so there's still hope. But it is indeed a risk. Chen Guanqing said with great effort, let's try. If I don't replenish my energy, I won't even be able to help Xiao Ai. Bian Changxi fell silent for a moment. She had suggested trying a white core because she didn't want to see such a powerful dark fire ability go to waste. But it was clear that Chen Guanqing's only reason for fighting and taking risks had always been that one person. Although he wasn't very likable, his devotion was worthy of respect. She had always been reserved about Chen Guanqing, even secretly observing him. She trusted Chu Hao completely, but Chen Guanqing seemed like the type who could turn traitor at any moment, because his principles were entirely tied to one woman. That meant he could become the most unprincipled and unscrupulous person at any time. But at the same time, she felt that deeply devoted people, aside from a few obsessive cases, were not inherently bad. They had bottom lines, sincerity, things they needed to protect, love, and loyalty. Given the right conditions, they could become paragons of virtue. She suddenly wanted to maintain those conditions, not just out of a momentary impulse or for practical benefits as before. She exchanged a look with Chu Hao. Rest first. Eat something. Get your condition as stable as possible. Chu Hao, give him a nearly depleted white core to try first. That will be safer. She suddenly smiled. When you're at a dead end, you must change to find a way through. I suppose this is one of those situations. When you're at a dead end, you must change to find a way through, Chen Guanqing murmured, and then he smiled too. I'll take that as a good omen. The next day, they got on the highway. The entire day was a cycle of encountering roadblocks, getting out, collecting the cars, walking, putting the cars back down, driving, and encountering more roadblocks. The road conditions were terrible. Sometimes the obstacles were cars, sometimes zombies, but most often they were overgrown mutant plants. Sometimes a bridge would be destroyed and collapsed by climbing vines, or they would encounter a large gathering of mutant plants and animals, forcing them to detour or climb up and down. After a full day, they had only advanced a mere 10 kilometers. On the second day, Baldy Chiang fully recovered. One of Chai Zhang's men died, but they gained a new speed-type ability user, and their pace began to increase. On the third day, they traveled 15 kilometers. On the fourth day, they passed a small city, skirting its edges, and pushed on for 3 more days. On the seventh day, they encountered another rare, torrential downpour. The rain came suddenly and fiercely. They were out in the open with nowhere to take shelter, forced to sit in their cars and endure the deluge. Perhaps because their location was particularly low-lying, the water level rose above the tires in just half an hour, seeping into the cars and soaking them. This isn't going to work. Baldy Chiang shouted from his off-road vehicle. The water was already waist-deep. Even squatting on the seats, their calves and backsides were submerged. As if that wasn't bad enough, the water was full of mud and sand, filthy beyond belief. The most disgusting part was the unknown insects swimming around, making everyone's skin crawl with anxiety and nausea. Due to buoyancy, the cars were no longer stable and began to rock gently. The air inside was stuffy, but opening a window meant letting in the pouring rain, which was so heavy it felt like it could steal your breath. The steel and water pipes Chen Guanqing had collected earlier came in handy. Pipes of various sizes were stuck out through the window gaps, trying to avoid the rain's trajectory and provide ventilation. Let's abandon the cars. It doesn't look like this rain will stop anytime soon. We'll swim out. Hearing Baldy Chang's shout, Bian Changxi agreed. She was in her Audi with Chu Hao and Enran. Chu Hao also knew that staying put was dangerous. If the water was blocked somewhere, or if a dike broke, a sudden surge could overturn the cars, leaving them with no chance to escape. He rolled down the window and shouted to the others. Chen Guanqing yelled back, "Miss Bian, that cloth and foam. Get it out, we all need to protect ourselves." Chen Guanqing had previously asked Bian Changxi to collect some sturdy, waterproof cloth and large blocks of foam, saying they could be made into swimwear or something similar, though he had never gotten around to it. Bian Changxi remembered and quickly took them out of her space, distributing them to everyone. They would have to figure out how to assemble them on their own. They just needed to hold on long enough to swim to higher ground. Bian Changxi tore the waterproof cloth into palm-width strips. She started with Enran, wrapping her from the ankles up, leaving the joints loose enough for movement. She didn't miss her waist or arms either. There was no telling if the strange insects in the water could burrow through skin, so this was also a precaution against them. Next, she cut and stitched the foam blocks into a makeshift life vest, using thin vines as thread. She worked quickly, and once Enran was ready, she put a helmet on her. Bian Changxi had collected many helmets and motorcycle helmets. They were always useful. She then quickly geared herself up. Chu Hao grabbed the door handle. "I'm opening the door." They had already stored everything in their spaces. Chu Hao held a steel fork in one hand and Enran in the other. Milk stood on Bian Changxi's shoulder as she gripped her tang sword tightly. "Go ahead." The moment the door opened, water rushed in. When they stood up, the water was already at their waists, a testament to how much had collected in this area. Chu Hao had no choice but to carry Enran on his back. Bian Changxi placed a hand on her car and stored it, then sent out a vine to collect the other 4 vehicles. The group waded through the water and gathered together. Looking around, they saw nothing but a vast expanse of murky, yellow water. A few higher spots poked out like small mounds, but otherwise, it was all water and treetops, a true flood scene. The highway they were on snaked down from a hillside. The road surface was uneven, and the rainwater from upstream had formed a river, rushing down. They had parked on the side of the road. Now clinging to the mountainside, Chaizhong looked up and said, "Let's climb up." No sooner had he spoken than a large rock came tumbling down. Baldy Chiang, with his quick reflexes, raised a hand. The rock hit his arm with the clang of striking steel, then slid into the water, splashing everyone's faces. Chaizhong quickly thanked him. Baldy Chiang waved it off as if it were nothing. He glanced at his arm, which only had a faint scratch, and thought to himself that a Tier 2 enhancement ability was truly impressive. If he encountered another one of those mutant beasts with sharp claws now, he definitely wouldn't get scratched again. The thought made him grateful once more that he had traded all his colored cores with Bian Changxi for white ones. True strength in his own hands was what mattered most. "It looks like there could be a landslide here. I think we should leave," Chen Guanqing said. He had also seen the nearly invisible scratch, and his eyes lit up. After persistent effort, he was now able to absorb energy from white cores, though the efficiency was low. Advancing to Tier 2 was still a distant goal for him, but he could feel that Tier 2 was a whole other realm, not just the sum of 2 Tier 1s. What man didn't have a hero complex? The thrill of advancement and the immense power that followed were enough to stir anyone's blood. He suppressed his excitement, looked up, and made his suggestion. Bian Changxi nodded. It wasn't just the mountain that was a problem. The bamboo growing on it also seemed off. We have to go. Isn't there an overpass over there? Let's head there. They waded through the water. The ground was littered with obstacles. If they hit a dip, they couldn't touch the bottom even on their tiptoes and had no choice but to close their eyes and swim. When they reached the base of the overpass, Bian Changxi created a rope ladder with her vines, and everyone climbed up one by one. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shielding their eyes, they looked out and saw that the spot where they had been was indeed the lowest point. The water wasn't nearly as deep elsewhere. Suddenly, Bian Changxi felt a tickle on her neck. She reached up and felt something soft. She quickly pulled it off and saw it was a creature like an earthworm. Seeing this, everyone immediately checked themselves and found all sorts of disgusting things: earthworms, leeches, and the like. They were large and grotesque. Some even had multiple heads, making everyone's skin crawl. Cries of "Oh my God!" rose and fell. Fortunately, they had taken precautions. Otherwise, being bitten by these things would have been far worse than just disgusting. One of Chai Zhang's brothers, Wu Xia, the one whose leg had been torn open and saved by Bian Changxi, gathered all the creatures and threw them back into the water from the edge of the bridge. Bian Changxi brought out the cars again. Chen Guanqing led the others in setting up a canvas between the vehicles. The glass windows they had salvaged earlier came in handy. The incredibly strong Chai Zhang carried them around, using desks, cabinets, and suitcases to prop them up and block the wind and rain. The group huddled under the canvas to take shelter. Everyone took off what clothes they could. Those who had a change of clothes put them on. Those who didn't, or were reluctant to use their dry clothes, hung their wet ones on a line. George, with his air ability, created columns of air to act as a blow dryer, working hard to dry them. This damn weather. When is this rain going to stop? Everything in the cars is soaked. I wonder if the food is still edible. Everyone sighed in frustration. How much farther to the base? Chu Hao asked the most crucial question. Bian Changxi took out a map and pointed to a highway line. Another 2 kilometers north, past the tunnel, and we'll be in Sioux City territory. See, that's the tunnel. We can see it from here. But we're still a ways from the base itself. Everyone looked toward the faint outline of the tunnel entrance, feeling a bit discouraged. It was only 2 kilometers, but the road was a mess. It would take ages to walk, not to mention the floodwaters below. It had been 7 days, and they hadn't even caught a glimpse of their destination. What kind of luck was this? Bian Changxi felt helpless too. She had thought they would pass through the tunnel today, rest on the outskirts of Sioux City for the night, and start looking for the base tomorrow. She didn't remember the exact route to the base, but finding it wouldn't be difficult. It would take 2 days at most. Who could have predicted this torrential rain? The wind and rain were cold, and the wet clothes clung to their skin, chilling them to the bone. And Ron clutched the clothes at Bian Changxi's waist, shivering, her lips purple from the cold. Bian Changxi touched her wet hair. Are you cold? She had Chu Hao help her lay down a wooden board near a car, covered it with a straw mat and a blanket, and then took out a solar-powered heater, aiming it at Ron. Chu Hao proactively held up a piece of cloth so Bian Changxi could help Ron change her clothes. The others watched with envy. If you had to say who had the most resources here, it was undoubtedly Bian Changxi. Not only did she have plenty of crystal cores, she could always produce them for exchanges and distribution over the past few days, and no one knew how many she truly had, but she also had the most supplies. When the sun was scorching, she had sun hats, sunglasses, and chiffon shawls. During breaks, she would lay out bamboo mats and ice pillows under a large parasol. While they had to carefully ration their drinking water, she used it for washing without a second thought. While they ate plain biscuits every meal, she could cook white fungus and lotus seed soup. While they used the same knife to kill zombies and cut roasted meat, she had a cleaver, a vegetable knife, and a meat knife, all neatly separated, along with a full set of chopsticks, spoons, and forks. It wasn't that she was indulgent or delicate. She never shirked hardship or effort. But compared to everyone else's miserable escape, lacking this and that, she seemed to have come fully prepared. She always knew what was needed, and was rarely caught in an awkward or helpless situation. Her quality of life was on a whole other level, so much so that it was beyond jealousy. It was as if Bian Changxi was born for this kind of great migration, for this life of wilderness adventure. If someone like that offered you even a little help, it would be a great benefit. Unfortunately, she was only ever pleasant to the little girl and Ron, and to a lesser extent, Chu Hao. But Chu Hao also had a space, and wasn't greedy for small advantages. He rarely took anything from Bian Changxi, wasting this great resource, which made others secretly wring their hands in frustration. So, things like changing clothes and using a heater were something they could only watch with envy. As long as they weren't sick or injured, she wouldn't bother with this group of grown men. Basking in the warmth of the heater, and Ron's face flushed as she watched Bian Changxi warm up a new set of autumn clothes for her. Her eyes darted around, looking from Bian Changxi to Milk, who was lying on the blanket, his small body trembling as he comfortably let the heater dry his fur. Despite the raging storm outside, she felt incredibly happy. Once her hands and feet were warm enough to move, she quickly started dressing herself. Suddenly, she paused and said to Bian Changxi, "Sister Bian, someone's coming." Someone. They're on the water in a boat. 4 men and 2 women. And Ron closed her eyes. 3 of the men are ability users, and 1 of the women is an ability user. The others are ordinary people. And Ron's ability was finally beginning to manifest. It wasn't the danger-sensing ability Bian Changxi had hoped for, but rather an ability to sense humans. She could form a rough picture in her mind, distinguish between ability users and ordinary people, and tell if they were dead or alive. She could also detect when someone was about to use their ability. She had a similar sense for mutant plants and animals, but it wasn't as clear. Although the ability seemed somewhat useless, Bian Changxi had always believed there were no bad abilities, only people who didn't know how to develop and use them. Just like now, she hadn't even seen anyone, but Ron had already given a warning. It was better than a surveillance camera. After saying this, Ron's breathing became a little ragged. Bian Changxi quickly told her to stop sensing. She was still too young, and her ability use was not yet proficient. She helped Ron put on a fitted pair of rain pants and boots, and draped a raincoat over her. Then she walked to the edge of the bridge and looked around. After a while, she indeed saw a small inflatable raft emerge from between the treetops. On it were 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, paddling frantically while staring in terror behind them and into the water, as if being chased by something. Bian Changxi had good eyesight, and thought one of the men looked vaguely familiar. Seeing people on the bridge, they shouted, "Look, there are people over there. Hey friends! Help us out, let us up please." The dozen or so people on the bridge looked at each other, and their gazes finally settled on Chu Hao. Chu Hao's face fell. I'll go. Wearing a helmet, Chu Hao miserably stepped out from under the canvas to receive the enthusiastic embrace of the wind and rain, muttering to himself, "Great, now I'm the designated diplomat." In the past 7 days, they had encountered other people. Some were in worse shape than them, and he couldn't help but feel sympathy. He wasn't a bleeding heart, and if everyone else objected, he would certainly mind his own business. The problem was, the usually aloof Bian Changxi would always support him at these times. With her support, the others in the team naturally had nothing to say. After all, with Bian Changxi backing them, supplies weren't an issue. In that case, a friendly attitude could avoid a lot of trouble, so why not? Chu Hao himself was happy about it too, but gradually, he started to feel that something was off. He was happy to help people, that was true, but why was it that now, whenever someone showed up, everyone looked at him with a "you go help them" expression? It was clearly Bian Changxi who wanted to help. He was just the front man. Even the supplies he handed out were later replenished by Miss Bian. This was a huge misunderstanding. All right, Miss Bian was kind-hearted but probably too shy to show her face, so he would just act as her representative. It was all for a good cause anyway. But he needed to subtly let those people know that the real benefactor was Miss Bian. Yes, that's what he had been doing. Bian Changxi had no idea that Chu Hao was secretly shifting the credit. She was just trying to restore history, pushing Chu Hao further down the path of the kind-hearted rich guy. As for the others, their thinking was simple. If they encountered the weak, they weren't happy about pretending to be enthusiastic. If they encountered those stronger than them, which had happened, they needed to hide their wealth, keep a low profile, and act as unassuming as possible. So, the arduous task of playing the humble servant was best left to Chu Hao, who looked the most honest and kind. In short, no one was willing to take on the thankless job of dealing with outsiders. Seeing Chu Hao standing alone, only Wu Xia felt a bit sorry for him. After a moment's thought, he dusted off his pants and followed. Bian Changxi nodded in approval. Wu Xia was hardworking and uncomplaining, always doing more than he said. Any task assigned to him was completed diligently. He was the kind of partner everyone liked. The energy she had spent on him back then was not wasted. The two of them, helmets on, went over and shouted a few words of exchange with the other party before lowering a rope. The 6 people in the boat suddenly found new motivation. Paddling hard, they finally reached the bridge pier. However, a fight broke out over who would climb up first, with everyone scrambling for the rope. In the end, a man in his 40s snatched it. With a pull of his arms and a kick of his legs, he scrambled up the pier a couple of steps, just out of reach of the others below. He then dangled from the rope like a ball and shouted up, "Friends, give me a hand, please." Chu Hao had just managed to talk himself into a good mood, but seeing them fight over the rope made him frown. Hearing the man's words, his expression soured further, and he didn't reply for a long moment. He was kind, but he wasn't an idiot. He had a good sense of who could and should be helped, and who was like a venomous snake that would bite the hand that fed it. Bian Changxi had also stressed that while helping their fellow survivors was a good thing, they had to be discerning. One wrong move, letting a wolf into the fold, could spell disaster for the entire team. This middle-aged man below, clearly an ability user, judging by his movements, reflexes, and strength, had 2 women in his group, yet he had the audacity to push his way up first and then demand to be pulled up as if it were his right. He was clearly a clueless individual. He suddenly felt reluctant to pull this guy up. But he didn't know what to say. And if he didn't speak, the quiet Wu Xia certainly wouldn't. Chen Guanqing saw this and walked over. He sneered at the middle-aged man. "The rope is tied here. Come up or don't. Chu Hao, let's go. I'm boiling water. Get some old ginger out, we'll make ginger soup to ward off the chill." Seeing them about to leave, the 5 people still in the raft panicked. A man looked up and shouted, "Friends, please help us. There's something in the water. If we don't get up, it'll eat us." Chen Guanqing frowned and glanced into the water a couple of times but saw nothing. He looked back at Bian Changxi, who in turn looked at Enran. Enran nodded and whispered, "Something has been following them, but I can't see what it is." Bian Changxi walked out herself and peered down. She could also sense something in the water, and the aura it gave off was not good. Just in case, she sent out a vine, flinging it directly onto the raft. The massive vine split into 5 smaller branches. "Grab the small branches," she said. The 5 people stared, dumbfounded. They had never seen a wood element user with such a powerful display. And wasn't this vine a bit too thick? It even seemed to have a layer of ice on it. Was this really a vine? Was this really a wood ability? Despite their thoughts, they didn't dare hesitate. They quickly grabbed the small vines. The touch was like holding an icicle, and they instinctively wanted to let go. But the cold, commanding voice from above spoke again. "Hold on tight." They felt a tightening grip and a sense of weightlessness. The next moment, they were thrown into the air, and the moment after that, they landed hard on solid ground, their behinds feeling like they had split into several pieces. After a moment of dizziness, they looked up to find themselves on the bridge. The woman in black was coiling the giant vine around her left arm with a look of regret. Bian Changxi was thinking that once energy was solidified into a vine, it couldn't be retracted. It was such a waste to just discard it after one use. She leaned against the railing, looking down, ready to see what was in the water. If needed, hitting it a couple of times with the vine would be a good way to make use of it. At that moment, only the middle-aged man was left dangling in midair. His mouth was wide open as he stared at Bian Changxi in disbelief, then at the empty raft, trembling and speechless. His stunned expression, hanging there in the wind and rain, was utterly comical. Chu Hao and Wu Xia tried desperately to hold back their laughter. They had long since figured out Bian Changxi's logic. She didn't really care about anyone, with no particular preference for good or bad, close or distant. Even within Ran, it was more of an adult sense of duty towards an innocent child. But if you managed to annoy her, she wouldn't say anything outright. In her words, that was too offensive, and making enemies everywhere was not a good thing. But she would absolutely not let that person have an easy time. If they weren't right in front of her, she'd let it go, but if it was within her power, she wouldn't hold back. Just like now. Did she really need to send down a vine? While it served to intimidate the others, it was more likely meant to make the middle-aged man regret his actions. Indeed, whether he regretted it or not was unknown, but he was certainly conflicted. His face looked like he had been constipated for a week. He said fiercely, "Pull me up. I know you're heading to Sioux City. To get there, you have to go through the Jiandai Tunnel. I'm in charge there. Offending me won't do you any good." Chen Guanqing asked the other 5 in surprise, "You're in charge at the tunnel?" One of them quickly replied, "There are several thousand of us living in the tunnel. Boss Jiang is one of the leaders. He has a lot of say." Another person said, "You should pull Boss Jiang up. If something happens to him, we'll be in deep trouble when we get back." Boss Jiang shouted from below, "That's right, that's right. I came up first for their sake. If something happens to me, our boss won't let them off." Bian Changxi glanced back, her eyes landing on a short young man. Her gaze sharpened slightly with a flicker of recollection before she turned back, leaning her whole body against the railing and continuing to squint into the water. She said in a lukewarm tone, "I don't know who you're doing this for, but if you keep spouting nonsense, you might not be doing so well yourself pretty soon." The middle-aged man followed her gaze down. A massive shadow was faintly stirring in the murky water. The yellow, turbulent surface churned, as if a monster was about to emerge. He turned pale with fright. "Help! Help me!" Chen Guanqing's expression grew grave. "What is that?" "I don't know. It looks like an octopus tentacle, but if the tentacle is that big, its body must be even bigger. The water isn't even that deep. It can't hide." Bian Changxi was also puzzled. Unfortunately, the water was too full of mud and debris. She didn't have X-ray vision. Chai Zhang, George, and the others came out as well, discussing among themselves, but no one paid any attention to Boss Jiang. He gritted his teeth in frustration and anger, yelling at his 5 companions to help. The 5 of them finally managed to start pulling him up. But just as he was 2 meters from the bridge, something white shot out of the water and wrapped around his leg. "Oza!" He squealed like a pig. At that moment, one of the 5 people, startled, let the rope slip, and Boss Jiang dropped a significant distance. Chen Guanqing promptly threw a fist-sized black orb that melted the white thing. The water churned violently, and suddenly, a long, white-and-green striped object, as thick as an adult's thigh and covered in tendrils, shot out of the water and lunged for Boss Jiang. Bian Changxi, who had been watching closely, threw the vine she had been holding, keeping it from withering. It flew out horizontally, and the 2 objects collided in midair, twisting together like a pretzel. She sent her energy through the vine, trying to see what kind of monster it was. However, when her energy reached the point of contact, it vanished without a trace, like water seeping into sand or meat going into a grinder, instantly dissipating. She was alarmed. The vine contracted violently, crushing the white-and-green object to pieces. The fragments fell into the water and floated there, but there was no further movement from below. Chen Guanqing asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" "I don't know." Bian Changxi rubbed a bit of the white-and-green debris between her fingers. "Look, it seems to be some kind of plant." By now, Boss Jiang had finally been pulled up. He immediately launched into a tirade against the 5 of them. "When we get back, I'll tell Big Brother. None of you will get off easy, daring to leave me behind." Bian Changxi noticed the varied expressions of the 5 people, some fawning, some disdainful. The short man she had been observing had a wooden face and dull eyes. She couldn't help but shake her head. This person looked familiar. After a moment of recollection, she remembered him from the first group of people she met after the apocalypse began. The leader was named Chung Haijun, and this member was the only ability user at the time, a strength type, she thought. His name was something like Joda. But what was he doing here? He looked half dead. Could he be heartbroken like Chen Guanqing? As Bian Changxi mused uncharitably, she noticed that all 6 of them were very thin, with sallow complexions and dry skin. Most of them seemed slow to react. It seemed life in the tunnel was not easy. She gathered with her own group. "What do we do now? The only way through has been turned into someone's den." George was confused. "Isn't that a good thing? If there are people there, it means it's not dangerous." Baldy Chiang snorted, staring in their direction. "Sometimes, the greatest danger comes from your own kind." Since the tunnel was occupied, the group discussed their options and decided not to spend the night on the bridge. After a short rest, they followed Boss Jiang's group of 6 to the Jiandai tunnel. Wearing raincoats and helmets, they walked along the overpass. Near the tunnel, the bridge curved downward and merged with the highway. Ahead of them were 2 large tunnel entrances, with the words Jiandai Tunnel above them nearly swallowed by vegetation. Bian Changxi looked up at the lush green bamboo covering the mountain and frowned. The green was too intense. It felt strange to her. Chen Guanqing whispered to the others, "Look, this area isn't high, but the rainwater isn't pooling here. The ground is clean. Isn't that odd?" There were guards stationed in front of the tunnel. Seeing people approach, they came forward and announced loudly, "Welcome, friends from afar, to the Jiandai Tunnel. You must be wondering why there's no flooding here. That's right, this place has a great location and excellent feng shui. Not only is it sheltered from wind and rain, but even mutant beasts and those strange plants don't dare to invade. You're absolutely safe here. Oh, isn't that Boss Jiang? You went out to get medicine, did you find any?" Boss Jiang, Chu Hao had already learned his name was Zhang Chunlin, was back on his home turf, and his confidence had returned. He puffed out his stomach, put on a stern face, and nodded reservedly. He pointed at the 5 people behind him. "These 5 are useless. A little rain, and they lose their heads. Look at them, they even lost the car, and all the medicine we found is gone. How am I supposed to face all the brothers waiting for treatment? Tisk, tisk, not a single capable one among them." After berating the 5 who could only swallow their anger, he turned back and said, "These people are our guests. Little Liu, treat them well. I'm going to see Big Brother first." With a nod to Bian Changxi's group, he hurried into the tunnel. As he entered, he was flanked by people on both sides. Some sat directly on the ground, while others had straw mats or wooden boards. The better-off ones had a couple of blankets, or had simply pushed together desks and cabinets to sit or lie on. The line of people, and even vehicles, stretched from the entrance deep into the tunnel, a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. Only a 1 to 2 meter wide path remained in the middle. Although there was no standing water, the ground was muddy. It was better near the entrance, which served as the facade. Deeper inside, trash was strewn everywhere, and even feces could be seen. A A strange smell hung in the air. In the past, Jiang Chunlin would have complained every time he walked through here, but now he seemed oblivious, striding forward in his wet clothes. Finally, he reached a service tunnel on the side, also guarded. He barely waited to be announced before bursting in. The space inside was originally just a passage left from the construction, but they had since excavated and modified it into a sizable area with several rooms. At this moment, several people were sitting on sofas and chairs in the outer office, laughing and talking amidst a cloud of smoke. The sudden interruption annoyed the burly, middle-aged man sitting in the center of the sofa. He looked up angrily. Jiang Chunlin quickly said, "Big brother, I found her. I found Bian Chang." The big brother cut him off with a scowl. "No manners. Can't you see Brother Leopard is here? Greet him first." On the other sofa sat 3 people. The one in the middle was about 35, his leather jacket unable to conceal his explosive muscles, his eyes cold. Jiang Chunlin quickly bowed. "Hello, Brother Leopard." He then turned to the young man on Brother Leopard's left and the beautiful woman on his right. "Hello, Mr. Yang." "Miss Yang, it's been a while." The 2 of them stood to return the greeting. After the pleasantries, Brother Leopard flicked his cigar. "Old Qian, you're a busy man, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll be going now." "Leaving already?" "All right, you're a busy man too." "Then it's settled, the matter of us entering the base. Just pick a day and come." After that whole mess with Gushu, the base's entry requirements aren't as strict. "I'll pull some strings for you, so you can get in as soon as you arrive. Of course, whether you can secure a good spot after you're in, that's up to you." Brother Leopard tapped old Qian's chest with the back of his hand, a gesture full of unspoken meaning. Old Qian said, I understand. I've saved up the supplies and crystal cores, I just don't know if it's enough. It's better to prepare more. And those who are sick," Brother Leopard lowered his voice. "The base doesn't officially say it, but they're not keen on letting them in. Also, all that miscellaneous junk, bring less of it. As long as you have capital, what can't you buy once you're inside? Making a good impression is more important than anything. The military has been recruiting on a large scale recently, you know." Old Qian nodded repeatedly. I know. Just as they were about to part, the beautiful woman suddenly asked, "You just said you found Bian something. You don't mean Bian Changxi, do you?" Brother Leopard said with displeasure, "Xiao, why are you being so rude?" This woman was none other than young Xiao. And this Brother Leopard was the same one Bian Changxi knew. Young Xiao pouted. "I was just curious. Everyone says Bian Changxi is dead, but after seeing his behavior a while back, who doesn't have their doubts? I just happened to hear it, so I asked." Old Qian quickly asked him, "Who are you talking about? Is this Bian something person important?" Brother Leopard said who. "His surname is Gu, given name Shu. You've heard of him, right?" Realization dawned on old Qian, followed by a frown. "You mean that upstart who came out of nowhere, kicked Commander Chayu of Jiang City out, and took his place?" Young Dizong beside young Xiao smiled. "He did more than just kick out Chu Shangjin. A while ago, even Hu Ichuan fell into his trap. Now, in front of the 400,000 survivors in Jiang City, his word is practically law. Once he brings the 100,000 troops under his command, he'll be a true warlord. We'll all have to live under his rule." His expression turned serious as he spoke. "But words like upstart, Big Brother Qian, you can't say them once you get to the base. He's a direct descendant of a top military official from the capital. His background is impeccable. He was already a major general at a young age, on equal footing with Chu Shangjin, even slightly higher in status. To put it bluntly, even before the apocalypse, taking over the Jiang City military region would have been a matter of a single document for him, and Chu Shangjin wouldn't have been able to say a word. I heard several big shots in Sioux City dealt with him before the apocalypse. Even Commander Wei has to show him respect. If he weren't busy with matters in Jiang City, there would be plenty of high-ranking positions in the base waiting for him. This was a bit of an exaggeration, but setting aside the shady dealings, it was true on the surface. In the current climate where military and political power were becoming intertwined, Gu Shu's status, combined with his own strength, meant his future was limitless. Building a good relationship with him was crucial. This old Qian was quite lucky. Young Dizong and Brother Leopard exchanged a look. At Brother Leopard's nod, young Xiao, when understood and went to link her arm with old Qian's affectionately. Big Brother Qian, this isn't right of you. Our Brother Leopard has been begging everyone for you to get into the base, practically running his legs off, and here you are, hiding such a major connection. Are you worried we'll take a share of your good fortune? Old Qian snapped out of his shock and saw the displeasure in Brother Leopard's eyes. He quickly said, I really didn't know. A while ago, someone gave me a photocopy of a passport photo and asked me to find someone. They didn't say who they were or the name of the person they were looking for. I only learned about this Bian something and Gu Shu from you today. Oh. So mysterious. After a few more words, Brother Leopard said his goodbyes. Old Qian personally saw them out. When he returned, he leaned back on the sofa, tapping his cigarette and suddenly asked, Are you sure it's that Bian? What's her name? Bian Changxi. Her name is Bian Changxi, Zhang Chunlin, who had been blending into the background, quickly said. If you don't believe me, Big Brother, ask Zhou Da. He called out, and the short, skinny Zhou Da walked in, no longer looking like a lifeless puppet. Even his dull eyes were now darting around shrewdly. He bowed obsequiously. Big Brother Qian, there's no mistake. That Bian Changxi is from the same university town as us. We even saved her life after the apocalypse started. Although she looks a bit different from the photo now, I'm sure it's her. He had seen the photocopy by chance. If he hadn't recognized Bian Changxi and desperately claimed he knew her and could help find her, he would either be dead by now or, like Cheng Haijun's group, living a life worse than death. Thinking of his past experiences, a wave of fear washed over Zhou Da, and his hatred for Bian Changxi deepened. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have to be hiding here, taking abuse. When he recognized her on the bridge earlier, he had almost screamed. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind to turn his shocked expression into a wooden one, narrowly avoiding being found out. Old Qian dismissed Zhou Da, took a drag from his cigarette, and frowned. This doesn't make sense. It's no secret that Gu Shu is looking for someone. If he's really looking for this Bian Changxi, there's no need to be so secretive. Moreover, the request wasn't to bring the person back safely or to treat her well, but to keep her there upon sight, monitor her, and then contact an informant. But since Gu Shu was also looking for this person, did that mean there was more room to maneuver? Although the other party had promised a lot of supplies and could even handle the procedures for entering the base, what if Gu Shu could offer a higher price? Or he could do Gu Shu a favor and hand her over. If Gu Shu was as formidable as young Dizong claimed, this was a big fish. The more old Qian thought about it, the more excited he became. He stubbed out his cigarette and rubbed his hands together. Report it immediately. No, wait, Leopard knows about this too. They'll definitely report it to Gu Shu. Right, I should go directly to Gu Shu. No, that's not right either. Leopard has a pass and can take the military-controlled main road. We can't possibly catch up. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration, muttering to himself for a while before saying dejectedly, forget it. I'll just contact the informant directly. It didn't matter if it was Gu Shu's people or not. The benefits were guaranteed. Zhang Chunlin quickly took out a communication device. The brick-like object, reminiscent of a mobile phone from the last century, was a treasure. All other communication devices had failed, but this one still worked. They had once secretly dismantled it for research and found its internal structure to be bizarre. It was powered by what seemed to be a white crystal core, which was simply incredible. Just for being able to invent this, they didn't dare to offend the other party.